We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Morning, good morning, good morning. Now I feel very underprepared this morning. We've been gossiping, no, prepping. I blame Stuart. We were prepping fine till he came in and then that was it. We just divulged into gossipness, we did. Anyway, good morning, how are you all? How is everybody? Jeremy says he's fine, thank you, but he's not. He's got a dreadful cold. Kat's got a really bad cough. I'll tell you about my cough in a minute. Nothing serious, nothing serious. Right, shall we do today's early bird? Where, you see, I haven't got a preview, so I don't know if it's in the right place or not. Oh, there we go. There we go. Freezer paper, 12 metre roll, it's £6.49. Now, I suggest you go and have a look, because when I went shopping with my friend Dulcie the other day, we went to a shop that I wouldn't normally be seen in, but I was in it, right? No, it was one that sold these, right? No, I was about to spell it out for Kat then, Jeremy. Right, and they had this, it was so much more expensive. Yep. So you go to a very well-known, can we show it? We got it there. We can show it. I was in this shop last week. Look, £10. It's exactly the same thing. Exactly the same thing, look. £10. Mine isn't even £6.49 because it's the early bird. I know. I'm sorry if I'm a bit too excitable for some of you this morning. We're just excited to be here. £4.99. Well, the thing is, right, I had 3 days off last week, then I came in for a day, and then I've had 2 days off. So I feel like I don't work here anymore. £4.99. Oh, look at how quickly that crash happened. Have they adapted it then? Anyway, so what's freezer paper you're saying? Well, I'll bring this in. You're only getting one, obviously. Freezer paper is brilliant, right? So on one side, it's like your paper. On your other side, it's like a shiny paper. You can iron this onto fabric. It will stick to the fabric. There's no glue on it. It won't mark your fabric or anything like that. So if you're doing a Tilda Toy, or if you're doing a Mandy Shaw gingerbread man or something like that, you can draw it, sew through it. Sally Ann Harrison uses this for foundation paper piecing. Yeah, foundation paper piecing. You can wrap your biscuits in it. My mum used to send me to school with my 3 morning coffees wrapped in one of these, in this. You can use it to wrap your meat in, to put in the freezer. You can use it as a tablecloth. If you've got kiddies working on the table and they're painting and everything. I know, loads of you coming in, loads of you. And half the price of where you can find it elsewhere. Right, I'll just do, while you're checking out, I'll just do a quick message so I'm up to date. Julie says hello, Barrett says hello, Pauline says hello, Cousin Susan says hello, Morag says hello, Carol says hello, Isabel says good morning, missed you on Sunday. Oh, did you, Isabel, where were you? Judith says hello. Sorry, I'm just reading all these, there's loads of them. Susan says, good morning, John Stewart and everyone, damp here in Derbyshire. Hilary says, morning, lovely boys. Now, don't call us twins. Nobody call us twins. Apparently there's 30 years between us. So don't call us twins. Obviously, I'm not the older one. Suzanne says good morning. Glennie says good morning. Good to see you. Denise says good morning. Patricia says good morning from Blackpool. Sue says good morning, John and team. You be as excited as you like, she says. Super shirt, says Julie. Margaret says morning, John. You're very perky today. Keep it up. Is that a new poppy you're wearing? Claire says morning, John and all. No, it's not a new one. I've got several of the knitted ones. I just put money in the tin for them. I wanted a nice sparkled, bejeweled one, but they're about 60 quid, aren't they? Anyway, $4.99. Now remember, lots of people multi-buying. You can do that, and once you've watched it, love you, John. Be as excited as loud as you like. It's what we need these days. For Eileen, thank you. I should be doing panto, shouldn't I? But there must be rehearsals for panto now, mustn't they? Now when you drive from here past Jewellery Maker, there's a sign on the stairs that says like snowy. Oh, it's an advert, and I think we must have our own winter wonderland round here because there's all sorts of. I'll look at the advert again. I'm not going that way today. I forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, once you've checked out, that's your P&P paid for the day, and we've got a fabulous quilt. If you love quilting, the next 3 days are the 3 days to be watching. And who's on in the next 3 days? Moi. That's French for me. Right, who else is in? Laurie, morning, John and team. You be as excited as alive. I love your cheerfulness. Donna says hello. Freezer paper is great. Used it to put fabric through my printer. Oh, Donna. Marina's watching. Doreen says morning. Samantha, Sam Sabino's watching. Now, shouldn't you be on the way? What time is it? 8 o'clock. What time does she have to be here? 12? 11? I don't know where she's coming from anyway. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder what colour scarf. We should have a vote, actually, in a minute. Right, Yarn Lays on pre-order. When we show you the menu, let's have a vote about which colour scarf and hat I should wear, because we've got a deal on scarves and hats. Linda, hi John and team. Just got 2 lots of the freezer paper. Thank you. Our pleasure, Linda. Our pleasure. 2 for £10. And in that other shop, you only get 1 for £10. Don't you? And your P&P's paid for today, so if you come in and get a quilt kit. I know, I don't know what's happening with my hair either. Hang on, let's have a look. So, Doreen says good morning. Oh, Sam, yeah. Maureen says there are poppies on top of the post box in our areas. Oh, I know. Oh, Sam says she's leaving soon. Well, she's cutting that a bit tight, isn't she? You drive carefully. Morning, John and team, says Helen. June, morning, handsome. She's watching Philip Schofield. Oh, it's a bit early for Philip Schofield, isn't it? Oh, this has always been 6.49. We've never reduced it before here. And well, okay, Kat's got to take this. Right, they gave us an early bird, which we couldn't do. Not because, no, we just couldn't do it. Anyway, Kat chose this one for you, and she chose the price. They just said, oh, just. So just show. I'm exhausted. I've peaked already. Just show that picture, right? You can go elsewhere. Oh, sorry, you've deleted it. Sorry, you're only getting one. You could go elsewhere, buy exactly the same thing. They've only got 5 in stock. And look, it's exactly the same. 38 by 12 metre. That's it. That's exactly the same. And it's their P&P $3.95 as well. Yep, there you go. So, just saying. Right, hang on. Also loads of messages, sorry. Jackie says, morning, John and team. Lovely to hear your cheery voice. Anne says, morning, John. Lovely to see you back. Helen says, sorry, missed the start. What can you use freezer paper for? Oh, Helen, just rewind. I'll tell you again in a second. June, right, okay, so freezer paper, you can use it to iron it onto fabric for a template. If you're making a Tilda or a Mandy Shaw shape teddy bear or gingerbread man, you stick it on, you sew it through it. You can use it for wrapping meat in the freezer. You can use it for wrapping biscuits, send kids to school with. And you can use it as a tablecloth when kids are painting on your best table. Mess Jackie. Morning. I use freezer paper for toy patterns. They've moved these tables so you don't see my head. You're seeing my head more often today than ever. I use freezer paper for toy patterns and applique. Just off to get some more. Don't go off, Jackie. Buy it here. Buy it here. Jan says, good morning, John. This is the other Jan. Good morning, John and all. I've used freezer paper to put fabric through the printer. Oh, there you go. Lots of people. Claire says, lovely shirt. You're looking very trim this morning. Do you know what? Kat just said that. Because I've been to see a doctor about my cough. I haven't done anything about it. I've got to give up coffee. I've got to give up tomatoes. I've got to give up cake. I've got to give up peppers. And I've got to give up crisps. And what do I have in the morning? I can have my boiled eggs still. In the morning, we have a coffee. I went to Starbucks this morning. Stuart missed out because he came in a bit later. I did offer. So we have a coffee in the morning. Then I normally have boiled egg and tomatoes for my breakfast. Today I had boiled eggs and cucumber. What do I have in the middle of the day? Cake. Susie Duncan tomorrow is bringing cake in for us. She's bringing lemon drizzle cake in for us tomorrow. I have a bag of crisps with my egg and my tomato at lunchtime. And I don't have bell peppers unless I have a salad, which I'm having for tea tonight. Quickly message up. That's what I meant, off to buy the freeze paper from you. I should think so too, Jackie. Look, don't. Apparently I get too excitable, according to some people, so I have to calm down a bit. Well, I didn't understand who they were talking about either, but it doesn't bother me. Just remember, though, I'm like water. I've been doing this for donkey's years, right? Water off a duck's back. But some people, if you're having a bad day and somebody writes a bad word about you, it can really send you spiralling. I know that sort of thing. So please think about it before you write things. Right. We've forgotten about Jan. Jan, I'm sorry, it's 8:10. Jan, wake up. Oh, I know what I was going to buy this 2 days. I was going to buy, what's that light you've got in the morning? You know, the one that goes like a sunrise lamp. I was going to buy one of those, completely forgot. What a lovely surprise seeing you today, says Jill. Why, Jill? Did you not expect me? Did you think I'd been fired? So, loads of people say I should be. Morning, says Teresa. Watching my morning coffee and my breakfast before work. Julie uses freezer paper for quilt labels. Pop it through the printer. Jenny says, morning, boiled egg and avocado on toast. Oh, Jenny, I'm not allowed avocado at the moment. Tony says, morning, John. I might have found a site you and Dulcie can message about the fabric. Oh, thank you. We love you, stay exactly as you are, says June. Banana pancakes. Oh, Donna. Now, he's not called Sven. What's he called? What's Alex's boyfriend called? Rasmus. Rasmus, he made banana pancakes because he's completely gluten-free and everything. He made banana pancakes when we were in Kefalonia. Claire says at this rate, there'll be nothing left. No! Oh, no, that's what Kat said. Because I don't eat meat and fish, you see. It makes it very, very... I met my friend Sarah Green for lunch on Monday. We met in Bicester Village. And the quick lunch... Oh, it can only be quick. 6 hours. 6 hours we were there. I know. Anyway, it was lovely. It was so lovely to see her, I can't tell you. Anyway, should we get on? Because it's nearly tomorrow, isn't it? Shall we do the menu? I'll put that away. Marvellous Moda. Oh, I've got this gorgeous quilt in the first hour. Shall I show you a picture? No, the Marvellous Moda one. You know, the one in the box. Oh, OK. We haven't got a picture of that. I'll show it to you in a minute. Right, then at 9 o'clock, Stuart Hillard. Oh, he's left some of his prep on the table here. Oh, I could really mess up his hour, couldn't I, by moving all those bits on the table there. I won't, obviously. So with Tim Holtz Alchemy Quilt, here it is. Now, he put a picture of it on Facebook last week. You've gone crazy for it, absolutely crazy for it. It's brand new. Say that again. 10% of the stock has gone already. Now, I love it. I absolutely love it. We've got that fabric and everything. And can I just say to you, Stuart has been so brilliant. He's thrown in a free pattern for it. Just so you know. Then back to the menu. So then at 10 o'clock, got quilting tools and supplies. That's me on my own. But there was something in that I was going to celebrate. Anyway, 11 o'clock. Oh, of course, I've got the big iron. The big iron had been practiced. Oh, do you know what I didn't get out? I didn't get my wool and my cotton out ready for that. Oh. Everyone all right? I didn't get my wool and my cotton out for that prep. It's in here. It's all right. I've got it. Right. So what else? Shall we have a look at that quilt? The great big William Morris quilt. It's huge. Oh, I love it. I love it. I mean, look, we had to move the table out the way. Look at the length of it. Look at the size of it. I love that. I love it, love it, love it. Look how gorgeous that is. Oh, it's just, that would look so lovely on my back bedroom bed. I'd have to get rid of the one that Anna Sewing Nut made for me. There's a lemon one on there at the moment with hearts on. That's the colourway of that bedroom. I call it my Oxford University boudoir, that one. It's beautiful, isn't it? Anyway, moving on to the menu. I can't move to my left. I'm next to the post. Then at Yarn Lane, In Vogue. Now, isn't it on Vogue? In Vogue with Sam Sabido. She's got so many things. I'll show you in a minute because we will show you the pre-order in a minute. So everything for the next 5 hours is all on pre-order. But I need to tell you this. There are 3 ways you can get in touch. First way is by email. There you go. studio@sewingstreet.com. studio@sewingstreet.com. The next one is Facebook Live. Then I'll just do a couple more messages while you've got that up. So Jill said I wasn't expecting you till the weekend. No, this week I'm only on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday this week. I'm not on at the weekend this weekend. You're only half an hour from me when you're at Bicester Village, says Princess. Jan says, morning, gorgeous boy. I was lying there just listening, not wanting to move, but it's quilt heaven today. It is indeed. Then the third way to get in touch is go via the website, www.sewingstreet.com. You click on Watch the Live Show. And then on the right-hand side there, you see a box that says Send Message Studio. They're the ones that go across the bottom in the white boxes, right? Oh, hang on. Quilts. Right, so scroll down the page. In a minute, there will be 2 columns. The left-hand side will say Show Deals. The right-hand side will say Pre-order. There's all my brand new Moda fabric. There's the kit for this first hour. There it is. There's your picture. There's your picture. We'll go through that in more detail in a minute because I've got the box here. I'll open it. All the fabrics from that quilt are available. So there's no panel available, just the fabrics from that quilt. Then I love those gorgeous butterfly fabrics there. Oh, I've got some of those. I've already bought some of those. Then we've got the sewing machine that Stuart's going to be using. Then look at this, Tim Holtz. Tim Holtz. Have we gone past Stuart's kit yet? Hang on. All those beautiful colours. Right, look. You see that there? You see there are 9 colours, right? We have put all 10 colours from the range in the quilt kit. So if you think, oh, I don't really like the purple one, for example, or the bottom left-hand one, the orangey one, you can put the other colour in, but we're not charging you for it. We're giving you that for free. And we're giving you a free pattern from Stuart. I know. Moving on. Then I've got what? Oh, you got to be quick if you want that now. Iron, all quilting tools. That's me doing quilting tools. No, stop. I want that. I want that Quilt Builder card deck. I love it. You get 40 blocks, 8 layouts, endless possibilities. It's like cards. It's like a roller. If you're old like me, you'll... Oh, fewer than 30 of those already. Right, carry on. Little iron. Oh, I thought they'd all sold out. Did you save some for today's show? Oh. Anyway, look. All bits and bobs for that quilting arm. Then Stuart is back with... Oh, hang on, we haven't got through that yet. Sorry, that's my fault. There it is. Now, I understand it's a considered purchase. Will be on split pay, though. And look at the size of it. 243 by... That would touch the floor in my bed, over the bed, down the other side. Oh, I want it. I want that so much. I love it. You're going to buy it for me? Will you make it then as well? Anyway, keep going. Some backings and things like that. Then, of course, we go to Yarn Lane. So then Sam Sabido's in for Yarn Lane. So if you want to have a look what's on Yarn Lane, because it's all on pre-order already, go to www.yarnlane.com. There you go. Click on Watch the Live Show. Oh, it'll be a different show on at the moment. It's the birthday show on at the moment. Look, right, here are all the Sam Sabido kits that are available. There's scarf, the hat, or both together. You save money if you buy them both together. Then there's a little bag. Oh. Then there's something else as well. The bag, hat, scarf. I thought there was something else. So there's yeah, there's a different hat. Is that a different hat? Oh, it looks different in the pink, doesn't it? So then you can buy the hat on its own, the scarf on its own. If you buy the hat and scarf together, you save £3. Then you can buy all the different coloured bags on their own as well. We need to know which colour hat and scarf should I be wearing. Spearmint or navy, says Kat. Isn't there a pink one? Oh yeah, pink one's lovely, isn't it? Look. Oh, I like that green one. What colour's? Oh, what colour's that green there? Sage. I quite like the sage. Anyway, Teresa says I'm going to have to watch that quilt later. It's scrumptious. Yeah, Teresa, be careful. It hasn't sold out by the time you get there. Stunning quilt. Just ordered some of the fabric and the early bird, says Susan. Helen says definitely. Oh, quilt heaven. Lo says good morning, John and all. Right. Shall we make a start then? Because everything's available on pre-order. Am I in the wrong place, Jeremy? Because I can't move, I'm afraid. Yeah, I do feel like I'm not in the middle, but I can't move. I have to go that way, and I can't go that way. Oh, I tell you what, I could move the table. Oh, my word, John, today's fabrics are too delicious, aren't they, Mrs. in Suffolk? Aren't they, just? I do feel like I'm in church today. Stained glass window, it's lovely, isn't it? It's beautiful. The colours, both. Anyway, should we talk about this one? Now, I haven't got a preview, so I don't know if it's in the right place. How much, don't show me? You see, that's the trouble. Oh, hang on, I'm going to have to do something. Sorry, everybody. We're on the overhead. We're just going to move the table a bit. There we go. Now, if I move the right way, if I do that. There. How's that? Shall we look at me now? Oh, that's better. Is that better now if I've messed up all your cameras? Doesn't matter, but it's in the right place now, isn't it? Because I'm dead centre now, aren't I? Right, let's go back to the upstairs. I have no preview, so I can't see what you're about to see. That's the problem. No. They're completely a different angle. Annie says, I feel for you. I'm on a gut reset diet. Day 2 today, and it's already a struggle. Oh, I haven't started mine yet. I've had coffee this morning. I haven't had any tomatoes yet. Right, so this is called... Elliot. I've just moved the table, I'm afraid, because I was under the graphics. Right. Songbook, fancy that design, 73 by 88 inches. Oh, you got it in centimetres there. £109.99. You can have 2 payments of £54.99. So hang on, what date is it today? It's the 10th of November, isn't it? This will be paid for before Christmas, right? Paid for before Christmas. It's beautiful, isn't it? Now, we haven't got the quilt here, but we are allowed to show pictures from a lady who's made it, and she's put the pictures on Instagram. Are you going to show them now, or shall I show them afterwards? Okay, show them now. Look, Elliot, see, now I'm dead center. Don't look like that. Oh, he's just looked at me like he was so disappointed in me. I had a bar between my legs, Elliot. You had your hair cut. Oh, you look like you were having so much fun at that rugby match. He was very drunk. Anyway, should we show some pictures? There you go. Right, now I need to say, this is made by a cat. Melissa Corey has made this. We haven't got the finished sample, but we're allowed to use her pictures. HappyQuiltingMelissa.com is her website if you want to go and have a look. Right, so I'm going to open the box now. How am I? Oh, yes, there we go. Perfect. There you go. Oh, I was going to say you can see all those things, but they can't see that, can they? Right, so here we go. It's called Guiding Stars. Fabric shown is from the Songbook by Fancy That Designs. I've got the fabrics coming up. If you don't want to buy the kit, then I've got the fabrics coming up. Oh, look, all of each of those. So there are panels in this quilt. So you won't be able to make the quilt just from the fabrics because there are panels in here as well. Plus all the fabrics that you need. I'm going to open it and show you anyway. Oh, I love this bit. Why, what's the matter, Cat? Yeah. Right, so here we go. These are the fabrics. Now, you will be able to buy these fabrics in a minute by the ½ metre if you want to. So in the quilt kit, you get that one. You get the white version. Oh, there's a lot of that one. Oh, my word, there's loads of that one. Oh, now, I've just told you a big fib. We haven't got all of them because I haven't got that one by the ½ metre. Haven't got that one by the ½ metre. That's a panel, obviously. I'll show you that in a second. I've got... Well, have I? Oh, yes, I have. I thought it was a different size. Yeah. Then you got that one in the blue. I've got that one. Oh, hang on. I haven't got that one by the ½ metre. I haven't got that one by the ½ metre. Oh, these are beautiful. Oh, I haven't got that one by the ½ metre either. I have got others, don't worry. I haven't got that one by the ½ metre either. Beautiful. That one. No, I've not got that one by the ½ metre. Got that one by the ½ metre. Haven't got that one. Got that one. Oh, that's it. So they're all your fabrics, right? So many different prints. But look. Now, I haven't got the panel for sale. It's only available in the kit, right? Right, look. Amazing Grace. How sweet the sound. I could sing for you, but Elliot might. His ears might bleed. Elliot's got trousers on, everybody today, even though it's 12 degrees coming in this morning. This is my story. This is my song. Praising my Saviour all the day long. Then what else have I got here? Tune my heart to sing thy grace. All to my thee, blessed Saviour. That doesn't make sense. All to thee, my blessed Saviour, I surrender all. Then tune my heart to sing thy grace. Oh, these are lovely, aren't they? Hang on, there's another one. Strength for today, bright and hope for tomorrow. Great is thy faithfulness. Even so, it's well with my soul. No, even so, it is well with my soul. Oh, aren't they lovely? That's not the only panel, though. I've got this panel as well. Look. Oh, look, it's a smaller version. It's a smaller version of them all. Look. Oh, aren't they beautiful? I have to tell you now, the feel of this fabric is just exquisite. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Oh, Suzanne's singing Amazing Grace. Wendy says, morning, John, working from home, struggling with a chest infection. Oh, no. She's loving our company. You get better soon, Wendy, my lovely. What'd you say? Not Elliot. This is Elliot. What'd you say? Hello. What'd you say? Yes, he's folded in half. I'll show you now. No, it's all right. You don't get a fat quarter. You get the whole lot. God, anyone think he was my boss, wouldn't you, Jeremy Joe? He's not. He's not. Anyway, look, isn't that beautiful? So you get all of that for $109.99. Split pay $54.99. So you get all of those. So let's have a look where they all go. Where's the instructions? Right, here's the instructions. You can see, right? So you've got... Hang on, we'll just have a look. There you go. There you go. So look, there's the big ones. So you can pick where they go. And there's the little ones. But obviously they've all got borders and sashing and everything all around them. That's why you've got so much of that one, look, because that goes around the border. 70.5 by 82.5 inches it is. That's 185 by 223 centimetres. Have a look again. Oh. There, oh, here you go. This is a close-up. Have you seen that? So that's Tune My Heart. Oh, with the border. That's further away. That's the whole quilt there. There you go. There's Tune My Heart. Look. See what I mean? So they put a border around that, but then they've just sashed other ones with different size sashing and everything. Colourway is fantastic, isn't it? Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Now, most of these fabrics are only available in this kit, right? Only available in this kit. Now, let me put this away then. I'll just put this one away. So I'll just go through this while I'm putting it away. So you get the panel with the little icons on it. Jeremy, there you go. There's the panel with the little icons on it. You get the panel with the huge icons on it. Then you get all of this fabric. Now, I don't know if it tells you how much fabric you get, but it tells you how much in the booklet. It tells you how much you get of each fabric, I think, doesn't it? So there's the blue background there. Oh, no, it just tells you, doesn't tell you how much you've got. It tells you what you have to cut out of it, right? So these, I'll just take you through these quickly. So these all come in the kit. Now, not all of these are available. That's your border there. There's loads of that one, yeah. Is it gone out of shot? So there you go, there you go. These aren't just half meters. They're the amount that you need. So you can't change what they've told you it's for, because obviously there's enough fabric in there for what they've told you to use it for. That's lovely, isn't it? Dark terracotta. There's the pale green, like the splodges in it as well. And then here, there's less of that one, obviously, because you've less to do with that one and that one. And then you've got that one, and that one. So you get all of those fabrics and the instructions, everything, and the two panels, $109.99, and the instructions. Enough to do the front. You need to do your own, this is the binding, I think, this one, isn't it? So you need to do your own wadding and your own backing. But that will do the whole of the top and the binding. We'll do that. Now, these are the fabrics from the range. Now, some of these don't appear in the quilt. Look. Okay, Kat's trying to find the quilt elsewhere, and it's very difficult to find online. Morning, John and all, says Caroline. Oh, no, June says you're breaking up really badly. Is it just me? Anyone else having problems breaking up? That's just me. Right, here we go. So this is the bundle of fabric I've got here. Oh, that was perfectly placed, wasn't it? This is 1/2 meter of everything, right? 1/2 meter of everything. So there's 12 of them. Yeah, 12 of them. 12 of them. Yeah, 12 of them there. So you've got your 2 hashtags. You've got your 2 like tulipy bell flowers, your 2 leaves. You've got your 2 ditzes. You've got your 2 almost like vine stripes, and then your 2 overall prints in there. No, it's just you, June, it seems. Elliot.woodcock at message from who? Good morning, love the Moda fabric, so pretty. Jill, I don't know how you're going to Tuesday. There's so much gorgeousness. There's this, there's that, there's that. I wasn't pointing at Elliot then. There's so much prettiness around today. He's even trimmed his beard. No, he's not coming on it. Oh, no, so fancy that design house. On the website, it says you will love this introductory design. Maybe it's one of their new ones. Anne says, no, fine. June, it's your end. Claire says, no, not breaking up here, and I'm in a dip. I know, Claire, because I was down your way. I was down your way on Monday. Well, I passed your turning. I went further on to Bicester. Anyway, look, the bundle. You get 12 different fabrics, 1/2 meter of each. Elliot, it's a bit worrying that you can't remember. Oh, there you go. You're in now. £89.88. Oh, he's doing. John, breaking up is hard to do. Tell me about it, Viv. The thing is, you have to have the relationship before you break up, don't you? Elliot's like laughing. Shall we do them by the 1/2 meter now? Yeah, it's 1/2. Look, do them by the 1/2 meter. Elliot's huffing and puffing. Can you hear him? Sighing and huffing and puffing. Let's do the signature one then first here. He looks quite awake for 8:30 in the morning. Well, normally he comes running in. He's obviously just got out of bed and driven straight here. Oh, look, I can read your emails, Elliot, now. You've got one from Paul, look. He's got an email from little Paul. Right, let's do the white one first. Okay, let me just... Oh, £7.49 for 1/2 meter. It's beautiful, isn't it? Now, obviously, I've only opened it halfway, so you do get half. This is you now buying it off the bolt. If you buy that bundle, you get half a metre of each. That's get a taster of everything. This way, if you're thinking, oh, John, that would look beautiful as a frock or as a... You can buy it by the half metre, basically. Oh, dear. Cat's cough's got worse, everybody, just so you know. Yeah. Oh, hang on. There we go. Beautiful. That's the quilt kit in there, $109.99. This is Moda Songbook Dove Wing Floral. Beautiful. £7.49. Aren't they lovely? Beautiful flowers. Oh, Elliot's sitting down now. Make yourself at home, mate. Is it not working still? You have to install something. Mm-hmm. Why is it broken? Okay. Did you break it? No. Who was in that broke it then? Oh, no. Yeah. Are we allowed to say that yet? No. Okay, then. Emma broke it. Oh, love this one. Love this one. This is the one with the navy blue background. Oh, they called it Midnight, sorry. Midnight, they've called it. Isn't that beautiful? £7.40. It's 100% cotton, 44 inches wide, machine washable. Quilting weight. Designed by Stephanie Slavinsky. It's lovely, isn't it? So beautiful. Love that. Love the dark blue background. Thank you. I'll move on. Let's do hashtags next then. Oh, do you know what? I can't get over how beautiful this fabric feels. It's got a really, really luxurious feel to it. Really luxurious. Right, so they're not really hashtags. I've just called them hashtags. Look, you got it in grey and you got it in cream. Grey first. What's it like? Oh, yeah, like borrow. Yes, it's a bit. Crikey, Elliot. Elliot. Why am I getting Elliot and Jeremy Joe muddled up today? I know, it's because Elliot's sitting next to me. Elliot, don't do that. Right, this is called Stitch. This one's called Stitch, this one. What Elliot gets when he tries to run for the bus. A stitch, Elliot, do you get it? You look much younger, you know, with your haircut. Yeah, he's going, oh. What's the matter, Elliot? You sure? I think he's having trouble moving his mouth. Kat says, do you need a cuddle? No, Kat, he doesn't. Jeremy says, do you need a cuddle? Yes, Jeremy. Anyway, look, this is beautiful. Stitch. It's not stitched. Obviously, it's a print. That's it in the grey. Have we called it grey? Midnight. Midnight. Message from Janet. Morning, John. Could you wish my sewing friend Pauline a very happy birthday? Lots of hugs from Janet. Oh, Pauline! Happy birthday. I can't sing it. Happy birthday from Janet. Sending lots of hugs. And lots of hugs from us too. Beautiful. So then what colour have they called this one if that one was midnight then? No. It must be the midnight. It's the little scratches there. That's not got a colour. Oh, it's dove wing. Is that the colour? Must be, mustn't it? Yeah, just the wings of a dove. For the wings of a dove. Beautiful. No, I do what? No, I played Oberon in Midsummer Night's Dream. Why are we talking about Midsummer Night's Dream? Oh, because the colour, midnight. Excuse me. Now I'm going to go on to the floral, the kind of vines. These two. Comes in midnight and it comes in dove's wing. See, I've learnt. Let's start. It won't be called midnight now I've said that, will it? Oh, it is. But it's a different colour. Look. You see, that's midnight and that's midnight. Anyway, they all go together beautifully. Don't get me wrong. I'm not being negative. 44 inches wide, machine washable, 100% cotton, quilting weight fabric. Elliot, don't do that. You sounded like Joyce Grenfell. They won't know who that is, June. They're all too young. Do you know who Joyce Grenfell is? No. He's not bothered. He's not even answering now. Shelley says, morning, John. Breaking up is hard to do, but karma is a good friend. Oh, crikey. It's a bit deep. Shelley. Anyway, isn't that... Oh, Elliot, you're confusing me now. Isn't that beautiful?
It's not hard.
Eh?
It's not hard.
It's not hard. £7.49. Elliot, you know, I'll just explain, right? Normally, I've got a screen here which shows me what you're seeing. I've got my camera here, and then I've got a screen there which shows me what you're seeing, and also the next shot, so that I can put things in the right place for Jeremy to take a shot of and everything. That left-hand screen isn't working, so Elliot's rebooting it and everything. But he keeps flicking things across, and it keeps throwing my mind. Anyway, look, this is beautiful. This goes on the diagonal, look. Lovely, isn't it? Hang on a minute, it says. Next one, cream. No, dove's wing. That's beautiful as well, isn't it? Really exquisite. Well, you expect that from Moda, don't you? This is Garland. Was the last one called Garland? Nightclub in Liverpool. You be careful, Elliot, that iron's hot. Elliot's got orange pants on today as well. They're orange. I can see orange from here.
Well, Union Jack.
Union Jack pants in orange. Oh. Oh, no, there you go. Anyway, £7.49 for half a metre. It's beautiful, isn't it? Cotton, beautiful, stunning. Okay, and then I'm going to go on to the bell flowers or the tulip flowers. Now, these are lovely. See, now, think of a dress in those. I know we're talking quilting. Lynn Tuitt says, morning, John and everyone. Late to the party this morning. Oh, yeah. So, which one first? Midnight, not a sound from the pavement. They look like what? No, they're tulips, aren't they? Oh, petal. We've just called it petal. Hello, petal. All right, petal. He's not a happy boy, Elliot, today. He's moved my what? Oh, yeah. Moving on. Now I've got the petals in wings, dove of a wing. Wing of a dove. Pigeon. No, it's not pigeon. Dove. They're from the same family, I think, though, aren't they? Pigeons and doves. Anyway, here we go. This is dove wing petal. Thank you, Jeremy. George, don't you see? Samantha thinks I sounded like, Joyce Grenfell as well. George, don't do that. Right, yes. Here we go. Oh, these are pretty. I love this one. Love this one. I'd get some of this just from a stash where it says use a little bit of cream fabric because it's like cream on cream, isn't it? Can you see that? Is Jeremy doing his job properly? Oh, yeah, there you go. It's what, Kat? Yeah, really, really lovely quality. Yeah, I have to be your hands and your eyes and your... Not nose, because we don't do smell. Apart from when Elliot's in the studio. It's not embossed, no. It's just printed. No. Oh, he hasn't even fixed it. Make Emma come in and fix it. Yeah, Emma will know what to do. Right, now let's have a look at that one in the midnight. Yeah. Oh, dear me, Kat. I'm surprised they let you go into the theatre with a cough like that. Oh, this one's called Scattered. Was the last one called Scattered? Sorry, I missed that. £7.49. Excuse me. Lintuit said, I love Joyce Grenfell. Reminds me of her days as a nursery nurse. Ah. Is that another quote? Stop blowing at Edgar. Oh, she was very funny, wasn't she? Beautiful. Two more. These are the main leaf prints now. You've seen, are they both in the quilt kit, these? Yeah, I think so. There is another one, but we haven't got the other one. Don't know why I'm pointing here. Midnight Festival. You see, I think you could do a gorgeous Prada style dress in this. You know what I mean? Sorry, I wasn't looking at you then. Prada style dresses would be beautiful, wouldn't it? What are you saying, Kat? Sorry? Oh. Midnight Stems, vitamin C is 8% likely to help your cough or your cold. 8%. She's only got a week left in the theatre. I bet you're glad you didn't said no to Panto now, aren't you? Oh. No. Here we go. Here's the one on the wing of a dove. £7.49 for half a metre. 100% cotton, machine washable, quilting weight. Linda says, good morning, John. Good morning, Linda with a Y. Linda. Do you know that means more than beautiful in Portuguese, Linda? Linda means more than beautiful, Portuguese. Just saying. That's why when you go, yeah, Kat says when she goes to Portugal and Brazil, they go, oh, Linda. No, my name's Kat. You never got to go on one of those, did you? Trips to abroad. Like Vix went to Brazil, didn't she? £7.49. Hey, it's working! Elliot, only took you an hour, but well done. Let's see how long it lasts for. Now, beautiful, aren't they? Now, you can buy a bundle if you want to, so I'm just going to recap the bundle, then I'll recap the quilt, right? So this is the bundle where you get half a metre of all those fabrics I've just shown you. 12 fabrics in total, 6 metres. 100% cotton, machine washable, 44 inches wide, quilting weight. I can't tell you how beautiful the feel of this fabric is. It's just up. No, I don't know what it is. It feels like one of those really, really posh, luxurious cottons. £89.88 will get you the whole bundle. However, if you don't want that, I have got a quilt kit that you might like. Well, the quilt kit has got other fabrics in it as well that aren't in there, you see. So I'll take you through that now. It's a bit messy, I'm afraid. Oh, you see this one behind me here? There's fewer than 30 of those left now. They're flying out. Stuart's on for the next hour. Absolutely flying out. Right, it's on pre-order. If you want to get it on pre-order. Right, here. 2 panels. This is everything that you get in the kit, right? So you get the great big panel with all the big squares on it. It's sideways, I know, but don't worry. Then you get the other panel. Again, this is that exquisite cotton. Then you get this one with all the smaller icons on it. They're the same icons, just smaller. I think they're a slightly brighter colour as well, because that yellow one isn't on the big panel, is it? Anyway, so they're lovely. You get your instructions. Well, you seem like a long way up there, don't you? And then we can come in a bit now, because we can look at these. Then you get all the fabrics to make this extraordinarily beautiful quilt. So that's the quilt you're making. It's very noisy, isn't it? 70.5 by 82.5. £109.99. Split pay £54.99. But look all the fabrics you get. So there's the midnight in the scatter. Now you didn't see that, did you? In fact, we didn't have any of that colourway in that bundle, did we? Then there's your midnight in your stitch. Didn't have that one. Gorgeous sage green there. Didn't have that one by the half metre. I'd call that... I'm not sure how I'd describe that one. I won't say mustard, but it's darker than a mustard. Anyway, that beautiful pale green, we didn't have that by the half metre. We did, however, have this one by the half metre. We didn't have that one by the half metre, in 2 different other colourways. We did have that one. No, it's the same as that. Jeremy's concurring. Yeah. Okay. Then you saw those 2 by the half metre, but they come in the kit. Then isn't that just beautiful? Absolutely gorgeous. Then that one there, which you've seen, and then that one there, which you've seen on the midnight. Have a look at the finished sample. Now, I've got to remind you, it was made by Melissa Corey of what? Happy Quilting, happyquilting.com. So thank you, Melissa, for letting us show your pictures. Beautiful. Lots you checked out. Well done. Lots you got that in your basket, though. No, there's 13 of you with it in the baskets. Please be careful. Please be careful. Please be careful. That's all I can say. Right, so I'm going to move on to some more Moda fabric. Now, this isn't brand new because I've already got this, but it's very, very, very popular. Excuse me. I've got it in the bundle and individually, have I? Oh, just individually. So I'll show you this. Haven't got it in the bundle. I love this. I've got this. I've got all 3 of these. These are the ones I bought from the range. Let's look. 3 different colourways. Blue background first. Oh, now please be careful. This is the most limited of them all. Oh. Excuse me. This is where you're buying it off the half. Oh, just to sanitize my hands. This is where you're buying it off the roll by the half metre. Oh, we're all coughing and spluttering in here today, aren't we? Don't worry, we all do. Have you done your thing? Oh, your cat has to go into the theatre. Jeremy's so, not paranoid, that's the wrong word, but he does one every 10 minutes. Just as well they're free, eh, Jeremy? You wouldn't be spending that kind of money if you were paying for them. And then I've done mine as well. And also the ones I've got now are nose only. I know, so I go like this now. I go, oh, none of that anymore, just go like that. Makes me sneeze. Morning, John. These fabrics are gorgeous. Love your shirt today. Can't go wrong with a blue paisley. Looking good. From Katie. Thank you, Kate. Kate, I keep meaning to reply to your email. I've been so, not hectic, because I've been off for 2 days, but hectic. Oh, I had a list yesterday of all these things I had to do. Well, I was going out for brunch, wasn't I? Got cancelled, didn't it? Got cancelled. We had a date in when we were all free to go for brunch. It was going to be me, Kat, Delphine, Vix, Maisie, and... No, that was it. That was it, right? And it got cancelled. So I thought, oh, I know, I'll get up early. I'll do my housework. And then I had to get dressed because I need to go to the post office. And then my friend Christopher, you know my friend Christopher, who sometimes messages in, who used to be in the West End. He was in, he played Bernardo in West Side Story and all that sort of thing. And then I met him when I worked at Colchester Mercury Theatre. He's now got this massive events company. And the thing, I'm not allowed to tell you what he does because they're so big and private. But one, I can tell you this, is on a private island. A wedding on a private island. Anyway, he was in the Cotswolds just quoting for a big posh wedding next summer. And he popped it. Oh, he's not are you getting married next July? And what's your budget? Anyway, so he was up quoting for a wedding. So he popped in for a cup of tea and he brought gluten-free mince pies and oat and raisin biscuits. They were delicious. So we sat gossiping. Limited. Look at them. Aren't they lovely? It's called Cottage Bleu in aqua and dark blue petal. Aren't they hydrangeas? And obviously butterflies. Oh, it's upside. No, it's upside down. Sorry, my bad. There you go. Yeah, your wedding isn't a charity. Are you getting married then, Jeremy Joe? Oh, no. You didn't get what? Kat didn't get engaged on her 10-year anniversary. What did you get as your present? They didn't celebrate. She bought a McDonald's and had it on her own on the way home from work. Other fast foods are available. $7.49. That is after 10 years together. Oh, I thought that was the day you started going out with each other. Oh, the day you met. How long did it take you to go out with each other after that then? Oh, hang on then. So it was only 10 years since they met. That's why there was no present. It has to be 10 years from the day you went out with each other. So that must be about May, is it? March, April time. May. Pauline says, good to see you this morning, making a wet day loads better. Oh, is it horrible? Excuse me, is it wet outside? Oh, yes. It was chucking it down when I came in today. Chucking it down this morning. And so dark and so much traffic. Why was there so much traffic at 5:30 this morning? They're all going in the opposite direction to me. Anyway, moving on. What colour do we call that, sorry? Yellow and blue. Okay, then I've got it in the white background. You see, I can't decide. The reason I had to buy all three of these was I couldn't decide which one I liked best, so I bought half a metre of each. $7.49 for half a metre. Cottage bleu in blue floral butterflies. Well, the butterflies aren't blue, but there you go. I know, what gorgeous Moda hour. What's the matter, Jeremy? £7.49. Oh, I saw that lovely emerald ring. Oh, it looked like a really nice emerald. Like a marquise cut. Yep. Oh, yeah, you don't want that as your engagement ring. It's supposed to be, is it supposed to be 3 months of his wages? Yeah. I think he earns more than £10 a month. Right, let's do the big butterflies on spots now. Again, in the 3 different colours. This one here, I call this one chartreuse myself. Anyway, hang on, message. Lucy says, morning, John, watching my daughter Evie, who's poorly. Oh, Evie. She said, please say hello to her. She does enjoy watching. Thank you for... Evie, get better soon. Day off school, though, eh? Isabel says, what are you going to make with them? I'll tell you what I'm going to make with them. It's going to give away a surprise. I'm going to make some face masks with them. Friends, I said, Kat. Well, I'm still wearing them. I have to say, I went into a service station on Monday. I won't name the service station. It's the one near Gaydon. I was the only person in the whole place with a mask on. I couldn't believe it. Because I'm still wearing masks. When I met Sarah, I walked into the restaurant wearing it. Obviously, you take it off when you have your food. Put it straight back on. We were outside. We're in Bicester Village, right? We were outside. I mean, it was heaving. And people go mad, don't they? Have you been to Bicester Village, right? It's a designer outlet. Right, there are people, there's Gucci and there's Prada and there's all the big names like that. People with Versace, went into Versace. Oh, she tried a skirt on. My friend, it's Sarah Green, you know, from Blue Peter. She tried a Versace skirt on. And then it was only when she got into the, she's older than me, remember. It was only when she got into the changing room that she realised it just had one button at the waist, no other buttons at all. So it was wide open up one leg and everything. Anyway, $7.49, this is beautiful. Look, it was a gorgeous tweed skirt. It really was. Karen says, morning, John, from a dull and cold Camden town. Hope you're well, loving the fabrics. Oh, so am I. We've got a whole day of gorgeousness. We've got Tim Holtz coming up in the next hour. We've got William Morris in the hour after that. Loads and loads of gorgeous. And Sam Sabido later with her crocheting in Vogue. Right, that was the ones on, what do we call it? Yellow. Mustard. Right, what have they called this one then? The pepper, aqua. Yeah, that's okay. They can use that. There we go, aqua. So now, what day is it? We haven't talked about what I was in on. What day was I in over the weekend? Was I in on Sunday? Was it you? I was home with you, Kat, on Sunday. Who was that? Oh, Hayley, of course. I was with Hayley on Sunday, yeah. We must have discussed Strictly Come. Oh, no, because we didn't know who'd gone out. I won't say in case you haven't watched it yet, but it's very sad. And he cried and I cried. Well, it's like when I watched, I thought I'd watched all of Long Lost Families, but I obviously didn't watch series 1 and series 2, so I'm watching those now. And like last night, I was blubbing my heart out at last night. It's just so, isn't it? June says Sarah Green is lovely. I bet your lunch was glorious. Now, did you know that Sarah Green had been in a soap called Together? I think it's called Together. She played a trainee hairdresser, and it's on Talking Pictures at the moment. And I'd never seen it or never heard of it, so I've set my video to video it this week. Can we still access your mask making demo you did last year? Yes, Isabel, it's on my YouTube channel. You'll have to, it was nearly 2 years ago now, wasn't it? Wasn't it nearly 2 years ago? Because 18 months, say, because it was sunny. I remember that. I was in my dining room. I hadn't moved my office upstairs, and we were just in lockdown, weren't we? So it must have been. So we locked down in March. So it would have been a little bit after that winter. I'll try and find. In fact, I could get Kat to find it for you now. Morning, John and crew. My motto is wear a mask and save a life. And you just don't know, do you? You just don't know. So it's best to. Oh, look, I've only got 2 minutes. Next fabric, I've got these three in these three colours. They've called this one mustard. It's not mustard. Oh, that's beautiful. I love the blue. Can you come in closer, Jeremy? Is that possible? $7.49 for half a metre. Jeremy Joe's only in this month. This is only day this month he's in. And then Kat's not in again. Hang on, where am I now? I'm doing Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So it's oh no, I'm not doing Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I'm doing Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Then I'm not in till next Wednesday, but then I'm in Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday next week. Yeah, but then I'm only in 1 day a week then after that. Righty-ho, blue one. We haven't got our December rota yet though. I won't be in on the 11th and the 12th. I'll be in on the 25th. Don't know who my producer is, mind you. Well, is it? Because Hayley wants to do it. Donna says, making bunting for an upcoming large craft fair. Oh, Donna, lovely. What craft fair is that? Last but not least, then I've got to go for a break, look, because we've got Stuart coming on in a minute. And well, are they nearly all gone? We'll just check, right? There you go. 25 of Stuart's quilt kit left. We got the fabrics on their own. They're selling really quickly as well. Might not have much to sell in the next hour then. £7.49. Peterborough Cathedral. Donna's doing her craft fair in. Oh, lovely. That sounds nice. Do not forget the brand new quilt kit. Stunning, isn't it? Scott, sorry? Oh, my word. 2/3 of these have gone. 2/3 of these have gone. And so many people got that in their basket. $109.99, split pay $54.99. How many people have got it in their basket? 12 people have still got that in their basket. If you want it, please, please, please check out. Right, don't go anywhere, because Stuart's going to be up next. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Free pattern, and you get a free half metre of fabric. And it's brand new Tim Holtz. And you see in the quilt, can we show a picture of the quilt actually, Jeremy? Is that possible? Right? See in the quilt, you've got 9 colours. Well, we've put a bundle together with 10 colours. So if there's one colour you don't like, you can swap it. But we're not charged you for it. We're giving you half a metre for free. So isn't that brilliant? We'll see you and Stuart here in 4 minutes from now.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Sorry. We're busy gossiping away. You nearly caught us. So when I say we were gossiping for 2 hours this morning, we weren't. We were prepping. We were busy prepping. We were talking about if we were to make a quilt in Australia.
Yes.
And if I was to make a quilt in York. And all sorts of quilting things like that we were talking about. Anyway, and also, just for future reference, because normally, let's do it. Wave Stuart.
Hi.
So it was my turn to buy the Starbucks this morning. So I texted him saying, what do you want? And he said, a cappuccino. Then in the middle of the night, he texted me going, oh, I'm not coming into 7. Don't buy me one. I could have done because I didn't drink mine till 7 and it was still warm.
Was it?
So next time,
I feel like I've missed out now.
Yes.
I want that Starbucks.
Well.
Do they deliver?
Well, no, they do actually.
Could we Uber one?
No, well, shall I tell you, the last time we did that, right, Elliot did the thingy, right?
Yeah.
Forgot to put this address, put his home address
Oh,
on.
no.
Right, and he'd been very generous. He'd done everybody.
Oh, no.
And got everyone large ones and everything. Anyway, so they had to drive to his house during the show to get all the drinks right, but they weren't in a tray. So he tried to drive with them, not in a tray. There was 8 of them, I think, when there were 7 of them. They went everywhere, all over his car and everything.
Oh, no.
And then he said, I'm going to complain. I was like, you can't complain, you did it.
For
anyway,
your stupidity.
Yes. Shall we have a look at a picture of this gorgeous quilt? It's stunning. I love it. I love it, right? Put the graphics in because there's please be careful because more than half of them have gone. So, and there's how many baskets? Oh, okay. Well, once you've all checked out, there are 9 left. 9 left. That's it. 9 left when you've all checked out. I first of all adore. You know, well, your colour,
Yes.
isn't it? Rainbow is your colour, isn't it? But
Yes.
I love this, and I love a dark background. So it's everything going for me. Now, I'll talk about the pattern and everything in a minute. But in the pattern, you only need 9 colours. excuse me, plus the black. Right? So in the kit, we've put 10 colours. So if there's one you don't like, put it to one side. But don't worry, you've not wasted it because we've given you that ½ metre for free. So you've got all these as ½ metre, right? ½ metre. How much the black one? 2 metres of the black, right? So the whole kit is £83.17. You're getting a free half metre of fabric, which means you're saving £7.69. But also, what's normally here? A £9.99 pattern.
Yes.
Now, can you explain why we're getting a free pattern?
Well, because I'm just a giver, I'm an encourager. You know, well, because I just wanted to give the pattern.
I think it's lovely. It's so lovely
You know,
to do
I've spent many years providing pattern
Many,
support
yeah.
for fabric. Many years. Providing pattern support, and really just to show what can be done with the fabric or give an idea, because so often, don't we walk into a shop or we look at fabric online and we think, well, I love it, but what would I do with it? So it's just giving a little nod, really. And the funniest thing, John, is that this quilt is absolutely not the quilt that I had designed to make with these fabrics.
Oh, right.
I had designed a kind of almost like Persian interlocking tiles quilt, and I had cut the pieces out, and they were kind of stitch and flip units, and then I just didn't feel like making it. I just kept on looking at the fabrics thinking, I don't want to make this quilt with these fabrics. I don't want to do it, but I've cut the fabrics out now. And I thought, I wonder if I could do something different. So I started arranging them on the table, and I came up with a different block. And then I started to sew that, and then I thought, no, actually, what if I did that instead? And that was this quilt. So
Sometimes that's the way it's got to happen, isn't it?
it just kind of happened.
But it's funny that you cut them all out.
Oh, yeah.
You kind of thing out, so you had to use the pieces that you cut out.
Committed, you know. But it just goes to show sometimes quilt making and any kind of creativity is organic, isn't it?
Oh, yeah,
Kind of
totally,
as you
totally.
go along.
Okay, I just need to tell you, there's way more people got it in their baskets now than we've got stock of. Question from Lynn. What size is the quilt, please, Stuart?
The quilt is 50 inches square, and of course it's really, really easy to resize, to add an extra row, etc.
Now, so do you use, the half metre you have here, do you use the whole half metre in the block?
No, you don't. So, for example, the yellow block in the centre is just the block. There's no border fabric from the yellow block. I had enough to cut out a second block with what was left.
Right.
Now, with the other fabrics, I'm not sure whether you could get a second block out of them or not. But it would, I mean, depending on how you did the border. If you didn't do the border like I have, you could get 2 blocks out of it.
Oh, of course. So if you just finished it at the edge of the block.
Yeah, or if you put something else around the outside, or didn't have a border at all.
Yes.
But I'm not sure. You could probably, I've been quite generous with the amounts because, when you find a really beautiful fabric, and let's be honest, this is mesmerising fabric.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. You don't want to use it all in one project. Thank you very much.
No.
So actually, another thing, I didn't use the charcoal grey version. Now, that would be absolutely beautiful combined with all of your little leftovers to create a gorgeous bag.
Oh, yes.
Strip piece, maybe a lovely zippy bag or something like that would be absolutely beautiful. So, I mean, I try and err on the side of let's have a few leftovers so that we can make a few other little accent pieces.
Okay, so now there are twice as many people want this now as we've got stock of. Question from Luke. Silly question. No such thing as a silly question.
Silly question, yeah.
So this quilt won't be in one of your books then, Stuart?
No, it isn't in one of my books. There is a quilt which is similar, which is in Use Scrap Sew Blocks Make 100 Quilts.
Oh,
which is called...
I've got to tell you something.
Oh, excellent.
I've just written my Simply Sewing page and I've written about that book in
Oh,
it.
thank you.
You're very welcome. You
That's
can
really
pay me
kind.
later.
Thank you. I will.
So there's one similar in that book.
Yeah,
is there?
called Square the Circle. And what that has is a centre square, and then it has little squares all around the outside edge, which is where I was thinking of going when I didn't want to make the other quilt, and then I didn't. But, this is lovely. And this is a pattern I know I'm going to use 1,000 times now I've made it. Because imagine this pattern with a K facet, big blossom, in per block. So you show it large in the 8.5-inch square, smaller in the small squares, and then a strip of each. So same fabric. There's so many fabrics you could do this quilt in.
Right, now I need to tell you, Kat, can you just give me an update? I haven't even shown it to you yet, right? 8 left, 26 in basket.
Shall I go to Starbucks and get donuts for everybody?
Oh, you could do, but you've got to do some sewing.
I will.
Right, so let me show you, those of you who have bought it and checked out already, this is what you've bought. For your £83.17, this is what you've bought. So you've got your 2 meters of your black, your solid black. That's Rose and Hubble. Then you've got your Tim Holtz, you've got your grey, your charcoal grey, you've got your purple. I'll open them out in a second. You've got your marine blue, you've got your... Now, are they the same?
No.
No. Did you hear that? No.
Open
John
it
Scott,
up.
They
No.
are not the same.
They're not the same.
Oh, look, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Look,
you can't look at a 10-inch square of this fabric and see the whole fabric.
No.
You've got to have half a metre.
Of course. Oh, yes, look,
Yeah.
there's a shade difference, isn't
It's
there?
deeper.
Okay, so then you get both those, and you get the aqua.
Do you know what it reminds me of? You know the, oh gosh, he's a local, Saltaire. Who's the artist?
I'll move on.
Moved
Green.
to America. You know the swimming pool?
Oh, David Hockney.
David Hockney.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what it reminds me of,
Yes,
the swimming pool.
Now, producer Hannah, she is like a fangirl of
Yeah.
David Hockney's.
Yeah.
She spent a fortune, but two left, getting a poster, and then she had to spend even more money getting it signed, right? My friend Carol, who's the costume supervisor at National Theatre, is friends with David Hockney. I said, you should just give it to me, and I could have got... She was like, I paid the... Anyway, then you've got the gorgeous
Fudge, what was
gold.
that? Oh, it was a name being dropped.
Another one. Oh, and I'm sure you'll do a few coming up in a minute. Sold out, sold out, sold out. Right. Now that it's sold out, I could have told you this before. I've got all these fabrics by the half metre. So if you want to create your own block, it means you... Well, no, you can create your own block for exactly the same price. But you'll only buy 9 of the fabrics rather than 10 of the fabrics. Because we gave... So you can now recreate... Oh, now, but you won't get the pattern.
However,
here you go.
however,
Yeah.
I am going to put the pattern on my website as a download.
Righty-ho.
So
There you go. So if you've missed out on it, buy the fabrics now and then get... Because it's the pattern was free anyway.
Yeah.
So it's not like... You know what I mean? So you can go... Shall we go through the... Do you mind if I just go through all these?
Oh,
before we
gosh,
start
no,
sewing?
let's
Right,
enjoy
let's
the
just do
fabric.
this. Let's do this then. So where am I going to go
that
first?
palette that you've got there, how amazing would that be just on its own?
Yes,
just
look.
those 4 fabrics. That is delicious. That's juicy.
Beautiful, isn't it? So we're going to start with this one here. So this one is PGU 135. So these are, but now, this is where if you want more than half a metre, if you're loving it and you think, oh, I could make, imagine that in a frock.
Oh, it's
Oh,
incredible.
it'd be amazing, wouldn't it?
Incredible. Even a sarong for going
Yes.
to the beach.
Beach.
Yeah, you can talk. You've just had a beach holiday.
Just, it's a
You're talking to
distant
somebody
memory.
so pasty now. I like glow in the dark.
I'm saying nothing. £7.69 for half a metre. It's Tim Holtz. It's Alchemy enamoured fabric. Isn't it just exquisite? So now, is enamoured the colour?
Yeah.
Enamour's
And
the
look,
colour.
John, as well, how there are those orange and yellow
Yes,
tones
yeah,
as
yeah.
well in there, and how you could bring those out in an accent colour.
Yeah, gorgeous. What were you trying to ask me, Kat, or tell me? Oh, okay, we're already limited on all of these, so if you do want them... Right, let me go quickly, then we can
And it's
start the same.
digital printing as well.
Say that again?
It's digitally printed.
Oh.
Which is where I think you get that luminosity
Yes.
from, because it's just, I mean, when I posted a picture of the quilt, so many of you commented, thank you for that. It's lovely, you know. But a lot of people said, this looks like a stained glass window. It looks like
That's
it's
what I
lit.
just said, sitting in front of it. It looks like there's light coming through it from the
Yeah,
back. Yeah.
yeah.
And also, normally you pay more for a digitally printed fabric as
Yeah,
well.
you do.
Right, so what colour... Do you want the code? That's the one. Elixir, this one's called.
I call that Kermit. Kermit.
Oh, I was about to romance it, and you
Hulk.
Kermit, squashed Kermit. But again, look at
Stop it.
all the colours. Look at the squidginess. It's just beautiful. And again, all the colours you could put with it as well, or contrast with it. But the black with it looks gorgeous, doesn't it? Look.
Yeah. And it's that bit of turquoise in there as
Yes,
well, that little bit of
yes.
teal, that little bit of yellow. And it's just drawing those colours out, isn't it?
This is so me, this fabric range. It's
Is
just
it?
beautiful.
Yeah,
I love it.
I
When I
loved
saw your picture go up on, I didn't know it was coming here. And I was like, oh, that's just beautiful. And then I read the thing and said you were bringing it here. Right, this one is ZGUI76.
That's one of my favourites.
Oh, now the intrigue. I'd have called this Buddha because this is like a hemimorphite blue, isn't it? Oh, but then
know.
look.
Yeah, and the lilac as well, those touches of lilac
I
in there,
know.
and pink. I know, it's exquisite, isn't it?
Beautiful.
Yeah, and it reminds me of, you know, like if you pour nail polish out, you know, they sometimes do that on advertising campaigns, don't they? They pour nail polish into a pool.
Yes, yes.
And especially the metallic-y ones where
Yes.
there's almost swirled, where they haven't shaken it.
Yes,
It reminds me of that. It's like those kind of, you know, mercury
Yes,
poured
that's
into a
it, yes.
dish. And
But I wonder how he did do it then. Because if it's digitally printed, won't it be a photograph? Will it be a
it's just
photograph?
very clever.
Very clever.
And I'm so thrilled that Tim Holtz commented on my quilt.
Oh, clap,
yes,
bang.
I know. I'm prepared to accept that, John. I'm prepared to accept that. But I was dancing around my
I'm not
living room. And I was like,
surprised.
Tim, you've just met. I'm on first name terms. Tim, T. He's just T to me.
Yeah, yeah.
You've made my whole year.
Oh, that's fantastic, isn't it? Right, this one is 148, this one. Radiant, this one's called. But again, look, you've just got your little touches of other colours in there. I'd love to know, if you're not making the quilt, if you're buying it by the half metre, what you're making out of. I mean, this is the whole range is going to sell out, I think, today. I think the whole range is going to go now.
It's a
all of
really special range of fabric, this, isn't
Yes.
it? You know, I mean, we have a lot of beautiful fabrics on Sewing Street, and they're all gorgeous, they are, but this, to me, is a very special range of fabric.
Yes.
I wish he'd done more colours, but I think he will.
Oh, do you reckon?
I think he will.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, is that an insight to your new friend?
No,
Your
yeah,
new best friend
yeah. We
forever?
had coffee, we chatted, you know. No, but I just think, you know, it's going to be such a hit.
Yeah, oh, totally. 57, this one.
It's just gorgeous,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Move that one out the way. There you go. This is the darker of the two. Divine, this one's called. You think you're a man,
But you're only a boy.
Anyway, we're moving on.
Oh, I know what we were both doing in the late 80s, honestly.
Beautiful. That's gorgeous. Now, that one, you see, he's been a little bit more... There's only a tiny bit of other colours in that one. He's really concentrated on the blues and the aquas and the deeper marine blues in there, hasn't he? OMG, Stuart and John, those fabrics are jewels.
Yes. they
Now,
are.
Anne says, hello, boys. Stuart, is the quilt suitable for beginners? Oh, you've got some messages.
Totally.
Totally good for beginners.
Totally good for beginners.
Fabrics are jewel-like, says Susan. Helen says, what gorgeous fabrics. Hi-ho, it's off to work I go. Have a fab day, says Teresa. Karen says, morning, Stuart. Sitting here with a nice cuppa. Looking forward to a lovely demo. We will get to the
yeah, we
demo, I
will,
promise,
we
in
will.
a second. We've just got to get through these. Righty-ho.
They are jewel-like, though. There's a beautiful quilt at the moment doing the rounds, actually. I'm sure you've seen it, which is different gemstones. And I think it might be foundation paper piece.
Yes,
There's
yes,
a
yes,
diamond and a ruby. And wouldn't these fabrics be gorgeous?
These be amazing.
For
Yeah, we've got the
that.
book. We've got the book to do those. Oh, but look again. Look. What's this one called? This is 12. Intense, this one's called.
That's a favourite.
Oh, is it?
That's a favourite of mine. I love orange. I didn't
Yeah.
realise, you know, when people say, what are your colours? And I used to say, oh, I love them all. You know, I don't use any particular colour in my quilts. And then I looked at my quilts and I use orange in almost all of them.
Oh, that's a very interesting. Because when we worked at Rocks & Co. And we had a colour therapist and
Okay.
psychologist come in to tell us why people were drawn to different colours.
Oh.
I'll tell you later what orange is.
Oh, that sounds good. Oh, it
Well,
sounds
let's just say
bad.
it's a mixture
That
of red.
sounds bad.
No, it's a mixture of red and yellow, isn't it? And red is passion, of course.
Yes. I'm a very
Purple.
passionate person.
Yeah, I'm sure you are.
Yeah.
Here we go, 86. We're not going any further on that one. It's only 20 past 9 in the morning.
But passion is an underrated quality, isn't it? You know,
Yes.
it's really important to be passionate about life.
I think also doing our job,
Yeah.
it's not a job where you can go into an office in a grey polyester shirt and just do your job. You have to be passionate. But you have to be passionate about what we do, don't you?
Of course you do.
Have to be passionate.
Absolutely.
Especially a creative like you, because we were saying about this earlier, weren't we? Like, we were talking last week about people who have 9 to 5 jobs on a Friday at 5 o'clock, up as 5. They shut their computer and they don't think about their job until 9 o'clock on Monday morning when they open the computer. We don't, I mean, I know I work most weekends, but my 2 days off, you don't ever stop working. Your
No.
work mind's always going. There's questions always being asked. But I think as a creative, That's what we
It's
expect,
true.
isn't it?
Everywhere I go, everything I do, I'm looking and thinking, how could I make a quilt out of
Yeah,
that? I'm
exactly.
currently looking at your shirt, John.
Oh, yeah,
thinking,
yeah.
somebody give me a pair of scissors and a diamond template. I want to fussy cut you.
This is opulent. Oh, opulent. It's very spiritual and regal, that colour, isn't it? Gorgeous. £7.69 for half metre. It's 100% cotton, quilting weight, stunning digitally printed Tim Holtz fabric. Opulent, that one's called.
Wasn't it the Romans that you had to be sort of a certain status
To wear purple. Yes, exactly.
Was it royal or
I think it was
upper echelon?
They always say it was imperial, don't they? So, but yes, it was true. You could only wear it, and also because it was the most that and red were the most expensive dyes, weren't they? Right. The other blue one here, which is number 70.
That's Greek island blue, isn't it?
Yes, that's holiday blue, isn't it? Holiday sea blue. Tranquil. Oh, we found our house that we stayed in had the most beautiful beach.
Did it?
Oh, it was bliss.
Details. I need details after the show.
Do what?
I need details. I'm ready for a holiday,
Oh,
John.
yes. Well, the thing is, I might be able to get you a discount.
Oh, fantastic.
Because
my favourite word.
They said to my brother, my brother pays for everything. We don't pay for anything. He does it all sort of thing. And they said, would you do a little video to say thank you, I had a lovely time? And he went, oh, I can't do it, but my brother can.
Yeah.
Thinking I'd just get on here and go, oh, I had a lovely time at the Villa Amari. But it was a proper production company. And we were there for like an hour and a half asking questions, everything. So goodness knows what I said in that hour and a half. But they're very happy. So, right, 2 more colours and then I'm done. Remember, you're buying this off the bolts. You don't just have to have half of each. You can have as much as... Oh, yeah. Now, you see, I'm immediately taken to 1960s for some reason on that.
Oh, yeah, go on.
Well, I can't remember them, obviously.
Well, they say if you can remember the 60s, you weren't really there.
No, exactly. Well, I was a baby in the 60s.
Of course.
Because we were twins.
Yes.
Obviously.
Yes, that's right, you and me.
Yeah.
We could swap heads.
Yeah. We're not twins. I'm a lot older, obviously. Smolder, this is called. Now,
now I've just got to go.
Oh, yeah, he's smouldering, everyone. Look, go on. Well, oh, no, that looks like you're in pain. Yeah.
Sorry. Prunes.
Cramps. Anyway, that's smolder. One more colour.
And that, of course, would be brilliant to use combined with all the others. You know, that would make the colours pop too.
Oh, yes, totally.
Yeah,
totally.
It's really a lovely colour.
And then this one here is another purple, 89. What's this one called? Enchanted. Enchanted. That's beautiful, isn't it?
Isn't it lovely? It's just, it's liquid almost, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can almost imagine it swirling in a cauldron.
Yes, in a cauldron.
Or, you know, like when you are mixing something and the colours haven't quite dispersed.
Yes.
Just.
Oh, hang on. Somebody wants to see this one again. Hang on a second. There you go. Rose says, gorgeous fabrics, and Stuart, I love the quilt.
Thank
Fabric
you.
looks like alcohol inks on Yupo paper.
Yes.
Oh, I don't know what that means.
Or like if you've ever done silk painting.
Oh, yes. Or marbling and
exactly.
things like that, yes.
Yeah, and you're dropping colour onto a liquidy surface. Or if you watercolour paint, you've wet
moves, doesn't it?
It's delicious.
Enchanted, this one's called. There will be a repeat on it, Kat, but I don't know how big the repeat would be. Anyway, very quickly, and then we'll do some sewing. The black fabric on its own by the half metre. Now, if you want to do this quilt, we put 2 metres in the bundle, so you'd need to buy 2 metres of this if you're creating your own look.
And that's generous, John. I'll be honest with you, it's generous because there's nothing worse than being short of fabric, of course.
Not so, and also, you always have black in your stash, don't you?
Well,
in
exactly.
case you need it. Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, we don't sell black very often. It's always in kit, you see, that's why. Or it sells out straight away. I could listen to John and Stuart all day long, not getting much Christmas sewing done, though. Oh, you're very kind. Who was that? Nicola.
Thanks, Nicola.
There's so many... Oh, hang on. Opulent is the colour of the Roman Empress toga. There you go. That's what you said. Yeah. I'm loving the dynamics of today's show. We need a lot more of John on our TV and John and Stuart on our TV. So I was just putting myself in there. It's just
You're
brilliant.
transparent, John. You really are.
Well done, Hayley, for putting you two guys together. Oh, Was it Hayley that put us together?
I think
it was a happy accident, the first one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because originally you swapped days, didn't you? And you what's the matter pulling
No,
that face?
no.
You swapped days and suddenly we were on together. Because originally we weren't on together, were we?
No, I mean, obviously it's always going to be where I'm guesting and you're presenting.
yes,
but that's, I mean, I love it.
Oh, no, it's
I
brilliant.
love it.
Brilliant. Hang on, here we go. My two favourite guys on this morning, think you should both have shirts made from the Tim Holtz Alchemy range. Would be stunning. Love you both. Oh,
Yes.
thank you.
You could be Smolder. I could be...
No, hang on. What's that? Wasn't that on that TV? Twin Peaks, weren't they Smolder and Boulder or something like that?
I'm thinking Mulder and Scully.
Oh, that's it. That's what I was thinking.
That was
That's what I thinking.
X-Files.
I don't watch these rubbish. Anyway, look, I've moved on from the black. Sorry. Cat. Tim Holtz is a maestro with alcohol inks. These fabrics like pictures of his swirling inks when he's stamping. Fantastic quilt, says Glynis in West Yorkshire. We've get rid of the black graphics.
It's so true. I think the thing with Tim is because he is absolutely immersed in craft,
Yes.
day and night, and has been for decades. He's such a master
Well,
of
you
his
go
art.
back years, don't you, you two?
No, I literally, I couldn't get near him. I went to meet him in Houston a few years ago, and I couldn't get near him because he is so charismatic and such a genius. He was completely surrounded, and all I could see, he's got absolutely beautiful teeth. And I could just, he's got the most gorgeous smile. I think he might have had a little dentistry, but you know, haven't we all? And I could just see this gorgeous smile. But I mean, he's just an absolute master. And the fact that he's translated that onto fabric is just a gift, because he could quite easily have kept it all for the paper crafters, but he didn't.
Morning, John and Stuart. Absolutely love with you two and these fabrics. The combinations of both are to die for. Thank you for your passion, says Dawn.
Oh.
Donna says lovely fabric. The purple is gorgeous. Rose says gorgeous fabrics, and I love your quilt, Stuart.
Thank you.
What's this one?
you.
Morning, chaps. So falling in love with this fabric. You two are hilarious. Would love to be a fly on the wall after the show. Pam in Dark Cheshire. Oh, what does that mean, Pam?
Dark Cheshire?
No, I meant what? Fly on the wall.
A fly on the wall?
He brings in cakes. We're gossiping. Oh, the gossiping bit, yeah.
Oh, you
thank you. Oh, the cake was lovely, apparently. Catch your side, Anthony.
You don't really eat cake, though, do you?
Oh, no, not much. I'm not allowed to, but I have to eat it after the show, if you get my gist.
Got you, yes, understood. I'll make more, don't worry.
Okay, lovely. Right, got two backing fabrics, and I promise we'll do some sewing. Well, I won't. I'll just sit and mutter. Right, two backing fabrics. These are extra wide backing fabrics. Black one first. Oh, they say that every time.
Let's do it.
All right, then. One day we'll do that.
Let's do it. Don't you do, what do you call it, where it's on a mannequin and you...
Draping.
Draping.
Yeah,
do
do draping
fabulous
or pattern
draping?
cutting on it.
That
Yeah,
would
but I
be
couldn't
fun.
you couldn't be my mannequin.
No, but I could present and you could do that.
Oh, I see what you mean. All
I'm
right,
pointing
then.
over there because we'd be swapped around.
Yeah,
wouldn't
yeah,
we?
no,
That would
okay,
be
then
fun.
we'll do that then.
Hayley, if you're watching.
Yeah, she won't be. This is 108 inches wide. It's
I'm in
$12.99.
love with that. That's Ruby Star Society, isn't it?
It is Ruby
That's
Star
fabulous.
Society,
I
extra
love
wide
that.
in the black
I love
speckled.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, if you look, there's it looks like there's bronze, gold, and silver on there, but not shiny. Not shiny, like you know, kind of just in paint colours. Look. So now you buy that off the box. So if they wanted this for the back of their quilt, how much would they need to buy?
Metre and a half.
Metre and a half.
Yeah, it's 50 inches square.
Oh, okay.
So
well, they'll have lots left over then, won't they?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, it's much wider than you'd need, but you see, if you bought regular width fabric, you'd still need two widths joined together.
Yes, of course, yes.
So, and if you're long arming, I long arm a lot, and you tend to have extra on the sides anyway.
Yeah.
So, I mean, then also, this Ruby Star Society backing fabric is the most beautiful quality backing fabric I've ever felt.
The thing is, people think, oh, it's backing, can't be as good quality. This is good enough for the top of your quilt.
Totally,
isn't it, really?
yeah. If you wanted to put borders on a quilt or do the binding or something like that, you could even, I don't know, I'd have to have a look and see whether it would work with the fabrics on the front, but you could use that quite easily as the... Oh, you'll keep. You'll keep. I mean, it would look amazing, wouldn't it, with this gorgeous golden yellow. That would work absolutely beautifully. See, you might want to make this quilt using just a restricted colour palette. You might want to just use like the yellow, the pink, the purple.
Oh yes, you don't have to use a whole rainbow, do you? You could
No, no. I mean, I love to use as many fabrics as I can, you know. But yeah, you could do a more restricted palette. That would work beautifully. I'd have a shirt in that too. It's gorgeous.
Apparently, in Wacky Races.
I couldn't resist.
No, fine. In Wacky Races, the two cavemen with the bowls of brothers. Imagine us as we'd starve if we were cavemen. The family would starve.
Oh no, I'm a good hunter-gatherer.
Oh, are you?
Oh yes.
What, with your spear and your loincloth?
Oh yes, absolutely. Well, no, I mean I went to a clay pigeon shoot once.
In a loincloth?
No, and I like that, you know, nothing, and I didn't even pull the trigger, and then it landed on the ground, and I shot it on the ground, and I still missed. I still missed, and then got into terrible trouble because you're not supposed to shoot at the ground.
Oh, aren't you?
Oh, very dangerous.
Oh, is it? Did it do this with your shoulder as well? Does it jolt your shoulder when you...
Yeah. Have you ever seen Rambo First Blood? I was like that.
Yeah, of course.
Terrible. It was terrible.
Quickly, fabulous quilt. Love the fabric. You two together. We need more of this, please. Okay, let me do this, then we'll do some sewing. So, yeah, it is £past. We haven't stitched anything yet. £12.99. This is your speckled turquoise. There you go. So it's the same splodges. It's the same splodges that are on this one.
It's like a robin's egg, isn't it? It's like a robin's
Yes.
egg.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's, yes, exactly. Beautiful, though, isn't it? Oh, that's lovely. Right, keep checking out. I've waffled on enough. Okay, right. So we're going to, all the fabrics are absolutely flying out. So let's do a bit of sewing, and the graphic is going to be the sewing machine that Stuart's using.
Okay.
Right.
Should we get started?
Please.
All right, okay. So it's a really simple block, absolutely right for a beginner or an intermediate or an advanced quilter as a quick quilt. So what you're going to do, start by cutting out your fabrics. Now I'm going to give you the dimensions anyway, which I wouldn't normally, but you know, let's be generous today.
Well, it's a free pattern,
exactly right. 8.5 inch centre square.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you've got, I'm going to go through the printed fabrics first. 1 8.5 inch square. You're going to need 6 2.5 inch squares. You're going to need 2 2.5 by 14.5 inch rectangles.
Right.
So that's what you're going to cut for a block out of your special fabric. And then your black fabric or your sashing fabric, you need 4 2.5 inch by 1.5 inch rectangles. You need 2 8.5 inch by 1.5 inch rectangles and 2 14.5 inch by 1.5 inch rectangles. Okay, let's get to the sewing.
Okay.
So to start off with, I'm going to sew this into a row. I'm going to make 2 of those.
Right.
1/4 inch seam.
Jill says you two should have your own show. What do you think this is, Jill?
This is your show and I'm guesting on it.
Oh, no, I don't think of it like that. No, because it'd be nothing without you.
Oh, well, it's about the fabric, isn't
Put the
it,
lid
for
in
me?
your machine down.
Oh, sorry.
Right, we can't see you otherwise.
Oh, I didn't even think of that. There we go. Lovely.
Lovely.
Man sewing. I'm always going to press the seam allowances towards the dark fabric.
Right.
Just realised I haven't put an iron on, John.
Do you need one?
I do, really.
Oh, dear. Is the one under the table?
Yeah.
Do you want me to come and switch it on?
Yes, please. Come on,
Don't
Bab.
worry, we're a metre apart.
Come on, Bab. La, la, la.
Oh, who had this last?
honestly.
Who was in yesterday?
Honestly, I was.
Did you leave this?
No, I wasn't guessing. So I do love strip piecing, of course, but I'm also a really big fan and a big advocate of one block at a time.
Yeah.
I think, you know, that's what first appealed to me about patchwork, just making one block and then moving on to the next. And I would recommend, actually, that you make this quilt one block at a time and just sew your patches one at a time. Lay everything out on the table next to you so that you can see everything clearly.
What happens if I like to do chain piecing then?
Yeah, I mean, you could chain piece, but to be
from
honest
the same block?
Yeah, well, because the thing is, I mean, I love chain piecing, but because you are only making one block out of each colourway and you haven't actually got many units, it doesn't actually save you a lot of time.
Oh, okay.
It's a really quick block to make. I mean, I pieced all of the blocks in the morning. I put all of the blocks and the border together in the afternoon. And then quilted it the following morning.
Oh, crikey.
So it's a quick quilt, you know. Did
you put it on your long arm?
I did.
Okay.
I did.
Do everything on your long arm?
Pretty much. Pretty much I do. Even a cushion front, I'll pop on the long arm. What I tend to do is I'll save a few cushion fronts up and then I'll put a generic backing on, batting, and I'll do them in a strip.
Is it in one of the barns then?
No, it's not. I have a separate studio that I rent, actually. It's in a business centre.
Oh, away from the home?
Yeah, it is, because I made that decision because I could quite easily, this will come as no surprise, sew morning, noon and night. And actually, you were saying earlier on about you do have to try and switch off at some point and give a little time to everybody else.
Yeah, and if it's in an upstairs bedroom or in an office, you keep thinking, oh, I'll just pop in and sort that.
Well, I would have gone after dinner and long-armed this in the evening, you know.
Yes, your family never see you then, really.
Right, exactly. So I do that. And also as well, I think it's good creatively to be able to walk away from projects sometimes as well.
And are you a messy maker or is your workroom pristine?
Well, interesting story about this. I'm very messy and then I'm very tidy. So while I'm making and I'm being creative, it's fabrics everywhere, everything gets kind of thrown around.
Sorry, I gave you an iron, but no ironing.
Good job.
Sorry.
While I'm making, everything's everywhere because I'm kind of in the zone and I'm doing my thing and that's that. But then I like to tidy up. When I did the sewing bee, I would make my garment and then I'd always allow myself 10 minutes for tidying up at the end.
Oh, okay.
Because it's just in my nature. So on the second show, the floor manager came storming over and he said to me, "You can't be tidying up like this. We want everywhere to look as messy as possible." And I said, "What do you mean?" And he said, "Well, you're clearing all your desk." He said, "We want it to still look like you're in the midst of everything." I said, "But I've finished." And he said, no. And he grabbed the bin off me, which I'd put all the bits, the thread bits, all the scraps, everything, and was throwing all the bits over my table. And I was like, don't. And I'm pulling them back and putting them back in the bin. And there was a bit of toing and froing. And he went, "All right, you win."
No, I think it's nicely different because other people's tables will have been an absolute mess. So it's kind of, you've got the, you know, yin and yang. Hi, John Stewart. What colour thread would you use for the quilt as your using contrasting colours from Jill in Devon?
For piecing or for quilting? Well, let's talk both.
Yeah.
For piecing, I like to use greige for everything. So just something mucky. Think the colour of shadows for all your piecing. Light shadows for lighter fabrics and dark shadows for dark. When it comes to quilting, I could have picked any one of the brights. So a lime green would have looked amazing for the quilting, a hot pink, a bright orange, whatever. But I actually used a mid-toned silver grey for this, for the quilting, because I wanted that quilting just to blend. So again, the colour of shadows.
Yeah. I suppose if you wanted to, if you were doing it on a domestic machine, you could quite easily do it a different colour on each square. But
you could. You absolutely could. You know, this is the kind of quilt that you could have. I could have quilted a motif in that centre square. I could have quilted in the ditch.
Did you? Is that one you can set in and it does it, or did you do that freehand?
Computerised.
Okay.
But you can also replicate that on a domestic sewing machine. So if you imagine this is the pattern that you're sewing effectively, you're sewing kind of down and across and up and across and then through that line and across and up, and you're creating little boxes all over your quilt. It's actually very, very easy. The corners are rounded off there. You could make them sharper if you wanted to. It's actually quite an easy pattern to free motion quilt. Now, just quickly show you what I'm doing. I've made my top and bottom units, and what I'm doing now is I'm adding the black 8.5 inch by 1.5 inch strip. And when I'm sewing patchwork to a strip, I always like to put the patchwork on top and the strip underneath, unless if there's any slight discrepancy and one is longer than the other, very slightly, then always put that longer one on the bottom.
Oh yes, Ali Ann Housel says that, don't she?
Always sew with a baggy bottom.
That's it. I think she calls hers a saggy bottom, but a baggy bottom. And you always pin as well.
I always pin. I do. I'm a seat of my pants guy in lots of ways, but when it comes to patchwork, that you cannot beat accuracy, because that's the ultimate hack
Do you do foundation paper piecing as well?
I do. You know, when I first started doing patchwork and quilting really sort of seriously, I was not getting the accuracy that I wanted.
Yeah, exactly.
I wasn't getting the accuracy I wanted. And then someone mentioned foundation paper piecing to me, and I thought I'd give it a try. And actually, for about 2 years, I did nothing but foundation paper piecing, even half square triangles and flying geese. And what it did for me was then when I went back to regular piecing, I trained myself to sew a really accurate seam allowance. I knew what 1/4 of an inch was, and I never looked back. I know a lot of people shy away from foundation piecing, but I've done a video actually on foundation paper piecing to say, look, if you've tried it and you hated it, please try it again.
Yeah. My friend Shmoya Mary, she hadn't done sewing since she was at school. She tried doing normal patchwork and everything, couldn't get to terms with it. And then we did a show, this is back in the sewing quarter days, we did a show on foundation paper piecing, and she took to it and she loves it. She absolutely loves it. Kat, what did you say? There's a message from Jackie, did you say? 2 messages. Oh, 2 different Jackies. First one is, hi guys, just bought my quilt kit to make my Mariner's Compass quilt with blocks all the way round. Have a lovely day. From Jackie Lester. Thank you very much indeed. Gorgeous. And a different Jackie says, please Stuart, if I'm not being too cheeky, could you please say the measurements again? The quilt is stunning, but sold out.
Oh, bless. Yeah, as I say, I will put a pattern on my website.
Yeah.
As a download, so don't worry, you can download the pattern. But yeah, centre square is 8.5 inches. And then you need 6 2.5 inch squares, 2 2.5 inch by 14.5 inch rectangles. So those are all of your bright fabrics, your Tim Holtz fabrics. And then your black fabrics, you need 4 1.5 inch by 2.5 inch strips of black. You need 2 8.5 inch by 1.5 inch strips. And then you need 2 1.5 inch by 14.5 inch strips. And those will make up your block.
Perfect. And also, don't forget, all the shows go onto YouTube. You can always go onto YouTube. You can stop and start and you know, kind of fast forward and things. Karen, this is Karen from Wigan. Do you know Karen from Wigan? She makes a frock to go to Morrison's every Tuesday.
Oh my
God, amazing.
Really?
Oh, she's just prolific, absolutely prolific. Wow. Morning, John and Stuart. Stuart, since Great British Sewing Bee, do you still make clothes, or is it all about quilting for you now? Lots of love from Karen.
Oh, thanks, Karen. I do occasionally make clothes. I don't make many. I don't make many clothes, that's the honest truth. I had never really made clothes before the sewing bee. I'd made a pair of pyjama bottoms. That was all I'd made before the bee, but it wasn't going to be a dressmaking competition. And when I applied, it was home decor, soft furnishings, quilting, a bit of dressmaking. And I thought, well, that's fine because, you know, some people won't have upholstered a chair and some people will have never made a quilt. I've never made a skirt.
No, exactly.
You know, so when on the first episode, when Claudia said to me, have you ever made an A-line skirt before? And I said, Claudia, I've never made a skirt before. That was the truth.
Yeah.
But there are still some things. I like to make the odd shirt. I like to make the odd waistcoat. And they are all odd, believe me. But I must admit, I do find women's wear more interesting.
Yes, yeah.
I know that Mark's husband, Clive, is doing a pattern for like a sort of kimono-style jacket, which I've rather got my eyes on.
Oh, yes.
I think I could rock that.
The first time I met Clive, we went for coffee in Kenilworth, and he was wearing a bright orange Boy George hat and a purple kimono.
Fabulous. Fabulous. Gorgeous. No, I'll just tell you quickly what I'm doing. Yeah. Those outside strips now, I've got my 1.5 inch by 14.5 inch black strip and my 2.5 inch by 14.5 inch bright strip. I'm just sewing those together and I'm doing a couple of those. Everything's in pairs, like flares. There we go. And I always like to set the seam and then finger press it back. Just so it's nice and crisp. I know, ignore me. I'll just carry on. And then press in the direction of the seam you've sewn. Don't iron like this because you'll distort your straight seam.
If you're loving the mini iron, I've got a few of those left in the next hour, or you can go to pre-order and buy those.
Okay, so putting the block together now, really easy. That to that and that to that, yeah? And then when they're sewn on, we'll just sew that to that. and that to that. Okay, so that's the
Perfect.
block, and then I'll show you how to do the border.
Excellent.
So it's really simple, really simple block, but useful. You'll be able to make this in so many different fabrics.
Also, I think it's very good for somebody who's only just starting, because you're just doing straight lines, which I know you do a lot of time, but there's no half square triangles, there's no bias sewing.
Yeah,
It's
there's no
literally-
points.
No, you're just literally sewing straight lines to straight lines.
Yeah.
And none of them are too long at this point either.
No,
are they?
no, they're not. But having said that, I think simple quilts demonstrate the importance of accuracy.
Yeah, definitely.
Because the simplest of quilts does still rely, even more so, I think, on accuracy.
Well, there's less places to hide. On half square
There are.
triangles and pinwheels, you can sort of hide little mistakes, can't you?
You can.
Yvonne says, hi, John and Stuart, can you change the outside strips to the grey?
Yeah, it'll be lovely.
Would there be enough? Oh, yes, there would be half a metre. If you had the half a metre.
Yeah.
Oh, now do you mean this grey, or do you mean the monochrome grey in here? Rather than having the colours round the edge, you could make the amount of this.
You could do two and see the outside border strips are just 2.5 inches by 14.5 inch, and you just have one here, 2.5 inch square. It's dead easy.
Yeah.
And yeah, you could cut that out of the grey.
Out of this one, because you've got all the colours, because we put all 10 colours in the kit. You're not paying for the 10th colour. Well, it's got the, I don't know what 10th it's gone now, but yes, you could use. That's a nice idea. I hadn't thought of that.
It's a lovely idea, really nice idea. And of course, as I say, you could easily extend this quilt, make it bigger. You could make a very nice bed runner as well, using this style. And you could make cushions to match.
Yeah, definitely.
They would be really fun. Yeah, I know it's going to be one I'm going to make lots of times.
Of course, yeah.
I'm going to make a version actually with my new fabric range.
Oh, are you?
I am. Yeah, that's my next quilt that I've got planned.
And is that fabric range a secret still? No, does nobody know what that is?
No, it's out there on the internet.
Oh, it's out there
You can
now.
have
It's
a
out
look
there now.
at it.
I thought there
Yeah.
might be another one coming up. That was all.
Yeah, no, it's called Indigo Elements. And it all came about, I had a sort of a summer of playing with indigo dyeing techniques.
Lovely.
And tried out all sorts of different things, tie-dye, and it all got very hippie.
Oh.
It all got very hippie. But it's lovely. Nothing wrong with that.
No, not at all.
So I'm just going to press these back now. And again, I'm always pressing towards the black fabric. Now, I know we often talk about pressing towards the dark side to hide our seam allowances, but that's not actually why I'm doing it in this instance. If you think about the seam allowance being under the fabric, what it does there is it raises that fabric off. So a little bit like if you do Fair Isle knitting, depending on where you carry your yarns, your floats, can emphasise one colour more than another.
Oh, okay.
So it's the same principle. So if you want a frame around a block to pop, press the seam allowances towards that frame. If you want the frame to recede a little and you want the block to pop, press your seam allowances towards the block.
Wow.
Okay,
No.
so that's done.
Yeah.
And then I'm just going to sew the two side sections on now. So you
Okay.
can see how you could put this quilt together over a weekend.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Or if you just want to do a bit of sewing each day.
For sure.
Do one each day, and then at the end of 9 days, you've got...
Yeah. There's no rush, of course, you know.
exactly.
But if you do need to make a quilt quickly, I mean, I think this design would work really well for a baby quilt too. You could use feature prints.
Yes,
in the
but like you're
blocks.
saying, if you did cave and did a flower in each of those
Yeah.
middles,
Oh,
it'd be
yeah.
amazing, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Or, you know, you could do it in Peter Rabbit fabric, couldn't you, with pastel fabrics around, you know, use nice pictorial
That's
or
getting
even,
all broody now, so be careful.
you know, or like a panel. You
Yes.
could cut up a panel. That would be fun to
Oh, yeah,
experiment
definitely.
with. So all sorts, options various, John, options various.
Yes. I'm also thinking if you've got a favourite design roll,
Yes.
because most of those strips are 2.5 inches,
They
aren't
are,
they?
yep.
And then the middle one, you could either use a like a 10-inch. How big's the middle? 8.5.
8.5.
So you could use a layer
Yeah, you
cake from the
could,
same
you
design in the
could,
middle,
yeah.
or you could sew lots of the jelly all together. So that middle bit is
Strip
striped.
piece it. Yeah, strip piece it. Absolutely.
So that would be nice. Well, if you've got a
Yeah.
favourite design roll or jelly roll that you want
Yeah.
to.
Or you could substitute, you know, a star block, an 8.5-inch star block.
Oh yes.
Or something like that in the centre.
Yeah.
So, like how you thinking there, John?
No, exactly. I know. I hadn't even thought about that. About doing your favourite block in the middle as well, like almost like a sample quilt, but within the middle section, and then it's all beautifully framed.
There you go.
And says, "Morning, boys. Loving this quilt in the demo. Got a couple of questions.
Okay.
Oh, about using the Moxie. That you can answer these.
Of course.
Oh, who in our Ange? Ask them now, quickly. Ask them now. Ask them now. We'll put the graphic. We'll put the thingy through. Did you say there's another question? Sorry. Oh, we've got it at 12 o'clock tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm on, right? I've just been told I've got the 12 o'clock hour off tomorrow because you'll be seeing Stuart doing the Moxie tomorrow afternoon. But if you want to ask, I'll split my fee with you. If you want to ask the questions now, Ange, quickly, you can do. That's not a problem at all.
Please do. Please do.
Yeah. We'll wait for Angie's. Let's wait for Angie's question, and then we can see.
Yeah,
Because I know some of them, but you're an expert at it. While we got you here.
Well, I've used a long arm for about 7 years,
Yeah.
a handy quilter long arm, and I absolutely love them. And the Moxie, I mean, I went away absolutely reeling about the price, about how fantastic it is, because I was sort of pricing up, if you like, home edition long arms while I was at Festival of Quilts.
Oh, okay.
Because I get asked a lot, you know, about what the options are, and I write about them as well, of course, you know, so I like to stay abreast of what's out there.
Of course.
And when we came in with the price, I really did seriously think that that was just for the machine,
And nothing.
not the frame, not
No.
anything else.
No. When it first launched, I was doing the John Scott show then, and we went to Liz and Pete's warehouse and filmed it and everything. And it was all done. It was in lockdown, so it was all done miles away from each other and everything. And so whenever I do a show like that, I always get excited because I want to have a go at it. Do you know what I mean?
Of course you do. It's like that at shows. You know, I've been at shows, and you know, you can't walk past a long arm without jumping on and doing a little
Yes,
swiggle.
exactly. In fact, I met Pete the first time at Festival. It was either Festival Quilts or Stitches or something like that.
Okay.
And he said, "Oh, come and have a go." He didn't know who I was or anything at the time. I
Right.
just had a really good go. Right. So quickly, Julie says, "Oh, John and Stuart, I'm watching from my bed. I'm not well. Julie,
Bless
get better
you.
soon, my love."
Sending love.
Is it possible to sit down using the Moxie on a very
Absolutely.
tall stool? And what's the
Absolutely.
smallest quilt you can do on it?
Yeah, absolutely, you can. And actually, Liz and Pete brought their saddle stool, which is brilliant. It is literally like a horse saddle on wheels. And I often sit at my long arm, especially if I'm doing smaller work or if I'm doing computerized, I'll sit on a stool, you know, behind, because you don't just leave them running and go off and have your lunch.
No.
You know, you do need to be around. But yeah, and the smallest size
Because
quilt
you can make, do you raise it up and down, or do you raise the stool up and down?
You raise you up and down.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
absolutely, yeah. The smallest size quilt you can do, gosh, I mean,
Miniature.
Yes, miniatures.
Because you just, what you do is you make your sandwich on the machine, don't you?
Yeah, you
So
do.
you can do it as small as you like.
You'd make a bigger sandwich, of course,
Yeah.
bigger backing, but then
Yeah.
just put your top on. I mean, I often do cushion covers, as I say, which might be 12-inch square or 14-inch square.
Yeah.
But I mean, you can do smaller than that, of course.
Yeah.
And you get a micro quilting foot with the Moxie, which sort of doesn't have a head on it, if you know what I mean. It's almost like just the shaft. So, and micro handles, so you can do
really
tiny detail, vermicelli or pebbles or outlining. I mean, it's miraculous. And of course, you can move the carriage with your fingertips.
Oh yes, it's just gentle, isn't it?
Unbelievable.
Can I just say, it's £5,495. I know it's considered a purchase, but not for what you're getting. But you also get £244 worth of goodies, part of which is a lesson with somebody from Pinhole Quilting, isn't it? Look, split pay. I've got another question, have we? Very quickly.
Smashing.
Margaret says, love you two both together. Could use fat quarters instead of half meters. Love for Margaret in Leamington Spa, my neck of the woods. Is there enough to...
Yeah, absolutely. For the blocks, yes.
Yes.
I don't say for the border as well.
Right, okay.
Because obviously I made one yellow block and I've got another yellow block here.
Right.
So definitely half of the fabric is a fat quarter and that's enough for a block, yes.
Brilliant.
Yes. Well, and but I suppose, yeah, look, I've cut those as well. So yeah, you could.
Yep, so that's an answer to that one. Ange says, thank you, fabulous. Ange made me a lovely quilt for my birthday.
Oh, lucky you.
I know. Anne says, love watching Stuart's methodical and calm piecing. The quilt reminds me of a cine film. Yes,
Oh,
yes.
yeah. I
A
hadn't
cine
even thought
film,
of that.
so the pictures in the middle of the square would look, a picture.
Yeah, that's a great
yes,
idea.
that's a lovely idea, Anne. More of you two together, please. Thank you. Well, tell the management. Is
That's right. What do they say? From your lips to God's ears.
that what they say?
Yeah.
Loving the show and the quilt. Stuart, do you use a shorter stitch length on smaller squares? Love to you all from Jude in Staffordshire.
Okay, Jude, great question. My top tip is when you're patchwork piecing, use a stitch length of 1.8.
Always.
Always. Apart from when you're foundation paper piecing, where it'll drop down to 1.5.
Right.
And that's just so that the paper is perforated enough to tear.
So all of this was all done
1.8.
always.
Always. And like if you're strip piecing and you're going to be cutting through your stitching, if you use your default setting, most default setting on machines is about 2.4.
Yeah.
You're going to cut
Well, ours
through
is,
that,
isn't it?
it'll
Ours is
pop.
2.4 on our machine, yeah.
However, on the Elna machines like the 680, which I've got, the 580, when you use the patchwork stitch that's programmed in, so you don't have to use a patchwork foot, it's the stitch,
Yeah.
it actually automatically defaults
Takes
to
it to
1.8.
1.8, yeah, exactly.
So yeah, that shorter stitch is great. If you're sewing curves, remember there's no such thing as a curved stitch. All stitches are straight. So if you're sewing a curve and you want a smooth curve, the shorter the stitch, the smoother the curve.
Yeah, because it's not going to jag you
Right.
around like that.
So
is
if
it?
you're stitching something like Drunkard's Path,
Yeah.
shorter stitches, you'll get better results.
Perfect. Right. What were you saying, Kat? Recap all. Are you
May I
finished
just
yet?
very quickly show
Yeah, yeah,
this?
yeah.
So I've made
We
the
can go
block.
over a bit because it's only me on my own in the next hour, so don't worry.
Oh,
Just do what
fine,
you've
no
got to do.
worries. I've got a Starbucks waiting for me, John. I'm kidding. No, I'm not kidding. I'm hoping there is. Who knows? So I've made the block.
You've been flirting with Elliot again.
I've been doing my best.
Right.
So I've done my block.
Yeah.
Centre block, you only make one block. The outer side blocks, so if you're doing the middle outer blocks, then they're going to have a 1.5 inch by 14.5 inch strip sewn onto here, and then a 2.5 inch by 14.5 inch strip sewn onto there. So that is your
For the middle one.
yeah. And then your outer block is going to have the same sewn on the other side, but also a little 2.5 inch by 1.5 inch strip of black and a 2.5 inch square sewn together, sewn on the end, and then that's your border.
Brilliant.
In between the blocks, there's 1.5 inch cut, 1 inch finished sashing. And my top tip, let me just show you something on the quilt.
Yeah.
Normally you might think, okay, well, I'll put 14.5 inch strips here, and then through this centre, I'll just do one continuous strip
Long
cut
strip,
to
yeah.
size. However, we've all been there where we've done that, and then when we stand back and look at our quilt, they're all a little bit wonky and off because trying to match up, difficult. So I always put a cornerstone in. There's actually a 1.5 inch cut square here and all of these points. That gives me somewhere to match up.
Of course, because then you've done a cornerstone, you've automatically matched up, and then you've got
The
to-
rows, the
Yes,
columns
yeah.
all match up. There's nothing worse than seeing it all a bit off.
Or you've got them, and then the next one down's a bit like that, and the next one down's a bit like that.
So that's how you avoid it.
Perfect.
It's a little bit of extra work, but I like sewing,
worth
so
it.
it's all good.
Viv says, thanks, Stuart. Never occurred to me about curves. Now you've said it, it's logical.
Cool.
Claire says, I'm so distracted by you twos, I didn't realise my bobbin had run out.
Oh, bless you.
You finished?
Yeah.
Stuart will be back in an hour, where he's making another amazing, huge quilt. He's going to create this massive quilt in an hour. He's
Yeah.
going to do it from start to finish.
Yeah.
The whole thing. And he's got his long arm around the corner. We'll long arm it as well. Anyway, let me just go quickly recap the colours then that I've got here. Because the kit's completely sold out, obviously. If you've missed out on the pattern and you haven't written the things down, you'll be able to get the pattern on Stuart's website soon.
Yeah, within a week or so.
Within a
yeah.
week or
Yeah.
so, when he gets round to it. Right, so these are they all available still, just? Right, number 35, they're all very limited, right? So this one is enamoured. Beautiful, 100% cotton, 44 inches wide, machine washable, Tim Holtz, exquisite quality, digitally printed, £7.69 for half metre. You're buying it off the bolt now, so you can have as much or as little as you like, but they are all. There's only 6 metres of that one left. I told you the whole collection would sell out on day one, didn't I? I told you it would. It's only at 10 o'clock, and already there's only 6 metres of that one left. If you're watching on the repeat, worth checking to website to see if you got them. Okay. All right, be quiet, Kat. Thank you. The coffee's kicked in, everyone, just so you know. And her ears have popped as well, apparently. She thinks she's in an aeroplane. Right, here we go. This is number 21. Elixir. Jill says, Stuart, I've never heard that tip about the 1.8 stitch length. I'll do it now. I've got the 680 as well, and I've always changed the stitch back to 2.4. Thank you, Stuart. There you go. £7.69 for half a metre. Beautiful, exquisite. How much of that one have I got left? 8 metres, that one left. That's all. Then it's gone, it's gone. You're buying off the bolt, members. If you want 8 metres, come in and buy 8 metres of it. It's not a fat quarter, Jeremy. You're buying it by the half metre, look. Beautiful, aren't they? This one's 76, yeah. Look at the beautiful colours in there. Intrigue, that one's called. Intrigue.
My favourite.
That's your favourite?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's the one I'd wear a
everyone's emptied their
sarong.
basket now.
That's the one I'd wear a sarong in.
Oh, would you?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah. I'd be...
It's very short. Very short sarong.
Yeah, I'd be around there.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. Imagine that with a lei and a coconut with a straw poking out of it.
And where are you then? In Bridlington?
Bromsgrove.
Yeah.
I'm Bridlington.
Yeah, rested in Bromsgrove. Anyway, look. This is beautiful, isn't it? This is gorgeous. There's only 5 metres this one left. Radiant, that one's called. Julia Harris says, good morning both. What a treat, both of you together. Thank you, Julia, my lovely. You got another hour yet. You'll be bored of us by then. We'll be getting to go and get them off. Not like that. Right, okay. Then we've got this one, 57. There's only 5.5 metres this one left. Divine, that one's called. That's beautiful. I am going quickly because we've got to move on.
And they would work absolutely beautifully with things like K-facet fabrics. They would work beautifully with Alison glass.
Oh, yes.
With, what's the beautiful new range? It'll come to me.
Intense, this one's called.
Yeah, just lovely. So those bright colours, those intense colours, where you just want a bit of something to let the other fabrics sit.
But you see, as a dressmaker, I can also see a really beautifully fitted dress, like very dramatic fitted dress, or even like not an evening, well, a kind of red carpet dress with a train and all sorts of things. You could use it for all those different things. Well, you can't now. There's not enough of them left to do that. But
no, a short dress.
A short dress, a mini dress with no sleeves.
Crop top.
Right, Joe. Yeah, sorry, I'm not folding them very well. 86. Oh. There's only 3.5 metres of opulence left.
There'll be a lot of togas being made in that, I feel. A lot of togas.
Oh, yes. Well, it's the time of Christmas fancy dress parties, isn't it? Can you imagine?
Well, just did Halloween fancy dress, of course.
Did you do that?
I did. I was
you?
a black cat.
Oh, I saw.
Yeah.
I saw. Because didn't you dye your hair? You had your wig on.
No, I had a wig on.
You had a wig on, that's right.
Hair.
And
Yeah.
you look completely different with dark hair, don't you? I was going to say with hair, but I wouldn't be so rude. Tranquil.
You might be. I'm raging. Quite a few people said I look like Adam Lambert, which I'll absolutely take.
Yeah, take that.
I'll take that.
Blimey. I get Dale Winton and Russell Harty. I don't get...
Dale Winton's mother. Hey, you get what you give.
Yeah, too right. Right, here we go. This one. 2 more, that's it. Then we'll go in for a break. This one's 89. Oh, I'm ever so hungry. Yeah.
What are you fancying?
Oh,
what are you hankering?
egg and chips. But
Egg and chips. Oh, I do lovely egg and chips.
Oh, do you?
Home-produced eggs, can't beat them.
Oh, of course.
Can't beat them.
Oh.
Lovely. They're really golden and rich.
Oh,
and they're
all right,
huge as well. They're huge. I'll bring you some.
Oh,
do you
that's
like
so
eggs?
sweet of
I'll
you.
bring you some.
Thank you. Yeah, I eat eggs like ridiculous.
Are you in on Monday?
No, I'm in Devon.
Oh.
I'm in Devon Monday. Smolder.
Okay then.
But I'm in on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday next week. Oh, no.
Sorry, I was still
I wonder what you
smouldering.
were- I
We're
thought-
still smouldering. Sue me, I smouldered.
Smolder. Anyway, 7.69, last one. Yeah, this has... Right, this house quilt kit has obviously sold out. Nearly all the fabrics have sold out. In an hour's time, Stuart will be back to do this. I'm just going to show it to you again. It's just divine.
It is divine.
It's absolutely divine. Ignore that graphic. Yeah, ignore that graphic.
That's an heirloom, isn't
that,
it?
and it's huge. It's massive.
Yeah,
It's
that's an heirloom. That's a wedding gift. That's a really special one. That.
Yes. Now, obviously, it's a considered purchase, but I think it's so worth it because it is just beautiful. It's on pre-order if you want to go now because people are checking it out already. But Stuart will be demonstrating different bits of that, won't you?
I'm going to show you how to make every element
Within
from
the
the
quilt.
whole quilt.
Oh,
Absolutely. So it's a how to make the quilt 101.
Oh, Kat said we're not allowed to talk in the next hour.
Well,
don't think
good
I've-
luck with that.
Yes, exactly. Right, don't go anywhere because I'm back in 4 minutes with all the quilting tools that you might need.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Hi everyone, I'm Sally Ann Harrison and I am a patchwork and quilting fanatic and I've been sewing all my life. I'm currently based here in Bristol but I used to live in the USA and that's where I picked up the sewing bug big time. I suppose you could say that my sewing journey began when I was about 8 or 9. I distinctly remember the first thing that I ever made and it was I say I ever made on my own. Obviously I did sewing at school, but I came home and I chopped up one of my mother's old uniforms and she used to work in a store. I cut up these little pieces of cotton and I made myself a bikini top, and I can remember the absolute thrill of putting this little bikini top on and going out on my bicycle and riding up and down the road, and that was the first thing that I ever made and I was totally smitten. My claim to fame has to be demonstrating at the Houston International Quilt Show. I am very heavily into wool applique, and I developed a technique where you would use a perlé thread on the top of a sewing machine, and they were interested in Houston. I actually went along to demonstrate in open studios whilst the show was on. It was really magical to have so many people that were interested in what I could do with a sewing machine. I am one of the longer running guests now on Sewing Street. Goodness knows how that happened. But I still get an absolute buzz every time I come up and do a demo, and I love receiving your messages and the feedback after the show. It's absolutely amazing. I'm hoping to bring you lots of new techniques and different ideas, so do stick with me and follow my Sewing Street journey.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hi everyone, I'm Sally-Ann Harrison and I am a patchwork and quilting fanatic and I've been sewing all my life. I'm currently based here in Bristol, but I used to live in the USA and that's where I picked up the sewing bug big time. I suppose you could say that my sewing journey began when I was about 8 or 9. I distinctly remember the first thing that I ever made and it was, I say I ever made on my own, obviously I did sewing at school, but I came home and I chopped up one of my mother's old uniforms and she used to work in a store. I cut up these little pieces of cotton and I made myself a bikini top, and I can remember the absolute thrill of putting this little bikini top on and going out on my bicycle and riding up and down the road, and that was the first thing that I ever made and I was totally smitten. My claim to fame has to be demonstrating at the Houston International Quilt Show. I am very heavily into wool applique, and I developed a technique where you would use a perlé thread on the top of a sewing machine, and they were interested in Houston and I actually went along to demonstrate in open studios whilst the show was on. It was really magical to have so many people that were interested in what I could do with a sewing machine. I am one of the longer running guests now on Sewing Street. Goodness knows how that happened. But I still get an absolute buzz every time I come up and do a demo, and I love receiving your messages and the feedback after the show. It's absolutely amazing. I'm hoping to bring you lots of new techniques and different ideas, so do stick with me and follow my Sewing Street journey.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello, I'm Kerry from Living in Loveliness and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
Hello, welcome to John Scott's Emporium, Sewing Emporium. I need to tell you, we had so many messages in that hour. Sorry if we didn't read yours out, but Jeanette, when Stuart comes back from Starbucks, we'll read out yours to him. I've got a couple more here. Viv says we've cheered her up at no end. Anne says great show, fun and fabulous fabrics. Jeremy, I'm echoing really badly, just so you know. It might clear itself out. Right, so where shall I start? It's all about quilting. I love this. It's all about quilting. I'm going to do this now. Please note I'm standing up for this hour because I've got lots of moving to do in this one. Look! Isn't it? Look, we said it was big, didn't we? Look at this. Look. It's huge. It's glorious, isn't it? I can't fit it all in. Oh, I've got to move it now because I'll trip over it if I'm not careful. It's just beautiful. I can't tell you how stunning that is. That's the middle, right? This shows how big it is, right? That's the middle. Isn't it, Jeremy Joe? So that point there is the middle of the quilt. So you've got all of that plus the same amount again underneath it. Excuse me, that's not this hour, that's next hour, next hour. Look at these fabrics, this 10-inch charm pack. By Free Spirit. Oh, you see, I've just eaten a biscuit, now I'm coughing again. Odile Ballieu, Jardin de la Reine, Queen's Garden. The Queen's Garden, this is called. I am fluent in the Francais. Shoes, giraffes, chaussure. Chaussure is a shoe, isn't it? And a chaussette is a sock. I don't know. Giraffe. I don't know what that is in French. If Claire's watching, she'll tell us. Right, but look, these are exquisite, aren't they? Look at this. Beautiful, aren't they? Pomegranates and jackdaws and pearls. Oh, yeah, these all sold out by the half metre when we had these in the first time round. They're Odile Ballieu, which, remember, I had her fabrics on at, when was I in last? Sunday. Beautiful hexes there. Then we've got, oh, look, there's the eyes. The Queen's eyes. I think that's called the guards or the gates or something like that. Then you've got your, like, geometric prints. Then look at these. £44.99. You get 42 10-inch squares in here. Oh, actually, wouldn't the centre of Stuart's last quilting, these be amazing? And then you do the ones round it in the colours to go with, like that beautiful. What was it called, the one that Stuart liked best? The blue one that Stuart liked best? Intrigue, was it? Was that his favourite? Right, here. Then we've got the yellow there. Then we've got the zigzagging. Then we've got, oh, look at the colours. Exquisite. Look. That's the shoe fabric, but bigger, but in the blue. There it is again. Then you've got your hexes. That looks so vintage, doesn't it, that one? Beautiful, beautiful colours. I know. There, look, see, beautiful. I love these. Oh, absolutely. Oh, I know what I need. I've just suddenly thought that. No, I don't need a hug, thank you. I'm all right. I do need Anna Sanders' details, please. Beautiful. Who's watching? Lisa Lamb's watching. Yeah, the Odile fabric was a total joy to you. Oh, there you go. Yeah, it was on Lisa Lamb's bag, wasn't it? Of course it was. We adored it. Perfect for fussy cutting and using as panels. Yeah, but this is a different range again, isn't it? This one, Lisa Lamb. Not this. You had the Plumette range, didn't you? This is Le Jardin de la Reine. La Reine. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Now, I'm going to have to go quite quickly in this hour because you can see on my desk, I've got loads and loads and loads. Right, I just need to talk to you about, where's that gone? Right, I'm going to do this first. And then I'll do some William Morris. Half the stock of these have gone on pre-order. Look, Quilt Builder card deck, 40 blocks, 8 layout, endless possibilities. This is lovely. I love things like this. These are all, I'm just rolling my sleeves up because I'm in the shop. Open for business, open all hours. Right, okay, so I have to open it like, what's the best way to open it then? Here you go, I'll lay them out on the desk like this. Look. So there's your layout block. There's everything you need. Art square, Balkan puzzle, flower basket. Look. Broken dishes. I don't know. I'm reading them there. Constellation. Diamond star. Aren't they brilliant? They're like coasters. Double sawtooth. Oh, that's nice. That's your Dutch rose. Well, do you know what? We've done that pattern. When Orlando did that pattern. Oh, look for that Valentine's. Heart. When what's he called? Liam proposes to Kat. Jacob's ladder. Yeah. We've got a nickname for him, which I'm not allowed to read out on air, obviously. Oh, doesn't he? Oh, he doesn't know his nickname. I thought, oh, no, he wasn't at Pixie's wedding, was he? Oh, right, okay, Christmas. We're having a Christmas party, right? Joe's not invited, right? Because he's a freelancer. I've got an invite. You're allowed to take a +1. So Jeremy doesn't want to come as my +1. Old Maid, that's me. Old Maid's Puzzle. Old Windmill, that's Jeremy, but that's more like that. Road to California. Oh, I can't wait to get back to California. Road to Heaven. Well, I don't want to go there just yet, thank you. Sparkling Star. No. Susanna. Whirlwind. Churn Dash. Big Dipper. Isn't this brilliant? Isn't this brilliant? So there's the blocks, right? What you need and how you put it together. Half the stock of these went before I even started the show. How much is it? $14.99. Lovely Christmas present there. Are we doing a Secret Santa this year? Well, I don't know. I'm doing one at Pavers. We're doing one at We're not doing it till January the 25th, though. Well, I'm not staff either. Right. You could do a whole quilt out of those blocks. Exactly. Well, it says that, doesn't it? Look, 40 blocks, 8 layouts, endless possibilities. Love it. I like them coloured in better. Keep going through for those. There's only 10 left. There's only 10 of those left. Right, William Morris. I've got these open. Haven't I got these open somewhere? These are wrapped within an inch of their life, these. Oh, now I've got 4. Is that right? Right, that'll be antique red. That's parchment. That's seafoam. Twilight. Right, okay. Shall I open them? I know I've got the... Oh, we have the shelves gone. You see, you have a couple of days off and everything changes. The most limited is Twilight. This is going to be fun packing these up because the stickers on the little bag. Right. Yeah. I remember I launched these. $39.99, right? 1, Strawberry Thief. 2, I love this one. 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. $3.99 a fat quarter they are. Yeah, I do not remember them. Did you launch them with me? Kat doesn't remember this one at all. She thinks her cold is giving her a bad memory. Look. It's beautiful, isn't it? No, don't you remember? They shouldn't be $39.99. We dropped them to $39.99 on the day. Don't you? No, I know. You're getting 10 William Morris fat quarters in there. Lisa Lamb says, I guess on the quilt builder, she'd be the old bag. I would never say anything like that about you, Lisa Lamb. Hang on, there's somebody else message there. Susan says, I've got the quilt build cards and I absolutely love them. Perfect beginners like me. See? Beautiful, aren't they? This is called Mel Setter. Don't know. Not upset, Mel. Strawberry Thief. They're beautiful, aren't they? So this is the most limited of the 4. It's lovely, isn't it? Oh, was it the most popular on the day? Oh, there you go. There you go. So that one there is called Twilight. Then, which is the next one? Parchment next. Yeah, Parchment next. Oh, God, you're going to have fun opening these when you get them home, I tell you. Right, here we go, Parchment. Oh, I love this one. This one's a brilliant one for blending, I think. Look. Pauline, I bought the William Morris Parchment Fat Quarters to use with my Fat Quarters books. They are beautiful neutrals. Well, here you go, Pauline. Here you go. You've already got these. Lynn, morning, John. I'm watching on my laptop and working at the same time. You are nicely colour coordinated with the quilt behind you. Oh, yes. That's unusual, isn't it? You think what? She thinks I look fabulous. Message from Kate. Morning, John. I got all the William Morris Fat Quarters last time. They're all beautiful. I remember you did. What's the matter, Karen? Oh, Karen, not Kate. Karen. Karen from up in Scotland, where they're... Do you know what, Karen? You know all my Orifils have sold out. All gone. I'm supposed to be doing another box for the birthday, but I haven't been asked yet to do it. Beautiful parchment there. So that one's parchment. Antique red is next time. I've got a crease in that one. There you go. Jeremy's not going to have fun putting all these away, isn't he? Because Kat and I have got to go. Yeah. We've got to go and look after our cat. Red. Antique red, not just red, antique red. Oh, there you go. It's gone. They're very well wrapped, these, I'll tell you that much. Oh, I love this one. Because most of them are red backed, but this one's got a bit of red in it. You know what I mean? Look. What's the matter? Yeah, I'm just concentrating on putting them out. Jeremy's worried that I stopped talking. Oh! Don't remember that one being in there. It's a bit blue for that one, isn't it? Are these ones we packed away? Beautiful, isn't it? I know, $39.99. Now, they've put the name here. It's antique red, but they put it as one word. So it's antiqued. If you look at the way it's written. Beautiful. Oh, a bit sniffly. Finally, in the William Morris Fat Quarters. Seafoam. Now, this is adorable. Which are very much these colours, aren't they? Wait a minute. Right. Yeah. Here you go. Seafoam. Seafoam. Oh, beautiful. These are real tranquil colours, aren't they, these? Oh, look at that big rabbit in there. All right, or is it a hare? Might be a hare. Look. Beautiful, isn't it? Yeah, it ranges from the pale seafoams to the darker seafoam colours, doesn't it? Seafoam tones. Seafoam tones. Try saying that with someone else's teeth in. Right, where are we going to now? Pam and Nicky Lintot's book. Yeah. I've seen it. I've seen it. Oh, there it is. There it is. Oh, somebody's very organised. Love this book. Now, there can't be many of these left, I have to say. No. 2/3 of the stock, oh no, more than 2/3 of the stock have gone. £19.99. This book is beautiful. Now, it says here there are 12 clever print patterns plus a bonus quilt design. Do you know what's clever about that bonus quilt design? I'll show you when we get to it, actually. This is a gorgeous book. Look at these. Oh, I was going to sing Jerry Halliwell's Look at Me. You can take it all, but the face is free. Right, look at all these, right? You get 12. I love Jerry Halliwell. When people were worried about me because they didn't know if I wanted to be with her or be her. Because I was on a Bond film and my whole office was all Jerry Halliwell posters. Spice Girls, but mainly Jerry. She was my favourite. And then I met her, and then we become friends, but we became acquaintances. Then she met George Michael, and I got dumped, but that was by the by. And then, obviously, she's come on this morning. Anyway, we've moved on now. She married a friend of mine's husband. Anyway, Simple Stars. Freestyle Fancy. Square Deal. Now, remember Sally Stevens came in and made this? Beautiful. Hearts and Crosses. Now, make sure you check out. Look at that one. Make sure you check out. I love this. I love this. But when you do this one, it's not criticism. I'm not saying criticism. Just be careful how you pick your fabrics. You make it from your stash, but doesn't it look like you've got, I'll just show it here, looks like you've got a dark blue and a teal and you put a paler one over the top of it, and it gives those two colours. So you need to get the blue, the teal, then you need a pale teal, a pale blue, and a really pale green there, because obviously they're not overlaid, they're pieced and everything. So you've got to really think. Look, there you go. You see. No, well, no, with the tumbling blocks, you need to have a light, a medium, and a dark, don't you? And put them in the right place. This one here is, if you put a yellow one there, it wouldn't work, would it? Because it's meant to look like that square is over the top. Or that one there, look, you've got a cream over the top of the pink, so you'd need a salmon there. You couldn't put a blue there, because it would suddenly not work, would it? Yeah, yeah. I know, it's gorgeous. I love it. So that's that. Now, all of these are made from fat quarters, but obviously you need extra fabric. But let me just take this one, for example. So it tells you here what you need. Now, you can make them from fat quarters or fat skin, long quarters, fat quarters or long quarters, right? So it tells you what you need. 23 fat quarters, 24 if using long quarters, scrappy binding made from excess fabric. Oh, that one you don't need anything else. But some of them you need extra fabric, you know what I mean, as the background. Hang on, let's go on to I'm going to not see it fine. Yeah, there you go. 34 quarters, 60 centimetres of binding fabric, and a quilting square at least 8 inches. Don't know what that means. Anyway, look, see, this one here, you'll definitely need the cream for the background. So you need your 17 quarters, half yard of the stems, 4.5 for the background fabric, and scrappy binding. I like this one because, look, if you place them, you see this one here, if you place them all random like that, but you can also place the leaves so they all go into the centre, and it gives a completely different design, doesn't it? Right, let me get to the back, right? Because the extra quilt, see, right, so, okay, this is number 12. Right, this is number 12 here. It's beautiful, right? So you got Fun of the Fair. This is number 12, right? So you've got all those colours, all that there. Number 13 is made out of the bits that you've chopped off this one that are then spare to make this one. So these are all the leftovers from the bits you've cut out in here. Do you know what I mean? So this is made from what you'd normally put in your scrap busting box. You've made that quilt out of the spares, the leftovers. Obviously not the background, but the little bits in the middle. And you got, it's a lovely book for £19.99. Fabulous book, that. Got a message from Lynn. Morning, John. I've just bought the O'Deal Charm Pack. It is a beautiful sunny day near Glasgow, and I really enjoy watching the shows. Oh, thank you, Lynn. Thank you very much. Sunny in Glasgow. How lovely. Oh, hang on, I can't whisper this one. I resisted these last times, but not today. Went for the red and the seafoam. Don't tell hubby. Kate! Kate in Merseyside, don't tell the hubby. Make him something nice out of it. Make him something. Can we do Kat's favourite tool in the whole company? I'm guessing it's this. Oh, right, is it not this? Oh, you mean this. We'll do this one first. I'm not going to get out of the back. Well, I am. It's a metre stick. Now, it's really funny because Dulcie and I both started at Wimbledon School of Art 40 years ago. Just gone. They see me, I put a picture on, in fact, it was Dulcie's picture. That was in our second year there, I think. But anyway, we were all given a Bernina sewing machine, and we were all given one of these, right? It was very, well, no, you could have, in the storeroom, you could take whatever you want. There were silks and satins and brocades and all sorts. Just take what you wanted. Not anymore. Anyway, we could not do any of our pattern drafting without this. We just used it constantly. Whenever Kat brings this to air, it sells out. £4.99 for a metre stick. I've got one at home. It's only used for decorative purposes at the moment. But, yeah, it's just by the door. Oh, yeah, I hadn't even thought of that. Kat's going to use hers. She's going to make that little quilt and use it as her wall hanging, because you've got 2 holes at the end. You can put the nails in. Make the sleeve for that to go through, or the tabs for that to go through. Beautiful, £4.99. Now, I have to point out, it's a metre stick. This, when I was at college, it was a yardstick, so ours was only that long. This is a full metre, but it has got inches and centimetres on it. It's also got conversion charts on it there as well. Really, really lovely. Now, Kat's going to buy one of these. Oh, I think I've just written. She was going to buy one of these next. She was going to buy one of these for each of the... I can open this and shut it up again because it's one of those that slides. Right. This is... Kat has one. You know Kat does dressing in the theatre at night time. I don't know how. Last night we were doing the prep for today. Obviously neither of us were in. So we're doing our prep for today. And she said, I suppose you're going to bed. And I went, yeah, in a minute. Oh, first of all, I went, now I'm off out to a party. And she was like, oh, where are you going? Where are you going? I wasn't. I was getting ready for bed. So she was just starting work in the theatre last night. She's here again today. This is brilliant. Lucy Brennan loves this as well. So what you do if you're sewing on the go, you thread your needles. If you do EPP, this is brilliant if you do EPP and you're going on the train or something like that. You thread your needles and you slide them in there and you see it moves. It needs them up. I haven't got a threaded needle. I haven't got a threaded needle up here. But anyway, you put your needle in there. You put your thread, you wind it round so all the thread goes inside. I'm going to finish by the time you find it, Kat, don't worry. For $9.99. And then literally you pull the needle out like that. None of your threads, none of your cottons have got caught up with each other. And you just take them with you. And then when you finish it, you put the needle back in. So you take it home, don't lose the needle or anything. How brilliant is that? If you're backstage at theatre, if you're taking EPP on the train with you, $9.99. Brilliant Christmas gift. And because Kat was going to buy them, one for each of the wardrobe. Are they all girls in the wardrobe? Yeah, all the girls in the wardrobe are going to get one for Christmas. But of course now the show finishes on Saturday. Kat's forgotten to put her order in. So they're not getting what they're getting now instead. I've put it away now, so don't worry. They can't have a hug. Not allowed to hug each other. Oh, you're in a bubble, are you? No, she's not. They are brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. That's all right. Don't worry. Don't worry. Do you want a box of threads? I want this. Oh, right. This is from now. Oh, I haven't told you about I'll tell you about the clearance in a minute, right? $55.99. Wasn't it about 70? $79.99 is what it normally is. Then it went to $69.99. Now it's at $55.99. Right, hang on a sec. So you get 42, 100 meters, Gutermann sew all thread. 42 of them you get. And your little folder to keep them in. Look, with the magnetic. Oh no, it's that way. Works out to £1.33 a spool. Brilliant way of saving. I want this. In fact, I might just have it. £55.99. All the different. These are the colours you'll be getting. It's not random. They are the colours you'll get in yours. Alison Marion says, oh, if you are demonstrating on TV and need a needle threader, you've convinced me. Oh, Alison Marion's bought one. Alison Marion's bought one. They are brilliant, aren't they? Elizabeth says, morning, lovely. What sewing do you do now, John Scott? If you don't, you miss it. Enjoying the show. Do you know what? I hardly do, and only because I have no time whatsoever. But my sewing machine is sitting there, all serviced and everything. In fact, Margaret from the village, her sewing machine broke down. So I fixed it. And then she messaged me going, oh, I'm just fixing some jeans for my son-in-law. Or it might have been her son. One of them, anyway. And, no, son-in-law. And I kind of thought, oh, I don't want to be repairing everyone's jeans before you start sending your jeans in. But I kind of thought, oh, I should do something now. Now it's winter and it's dark by 4:30. Instead of thinking, oh, I'll get ready for bed, I should actually put my native lights on around my desk. That's what they're there for. I love, do you know what? I love my table lamp. No, my floor lamp. But I've got one of the clamp ones, and I love that one so much. Anyway, I need to remind you then, this is on our clearance. This is from clearance, right? If you go to our website, right, don't go to watch live. Go along, you see along the top there when it says books, patterns, tools, haberdashery. Go to clearance, right? There is a whole clearance section there with Tula Pink, I know, and they're brilliant. Do you know why they're in clearance? Is because they arrived late. They were in one of the, when the collection arrived, they were stuck on a container. So we did the main collection, and then the black ones and the white ones arrived. Now, you see the picture up there, it's a bit misleading. That there is a design roll, they put the wrong picture with it, right? But it is that line work fabric. But anyway, there's loads. Tula Pink, there's all sorts, lots of fabrics, lots of different things in there. I don't think there's any bolts, are there? Oh, cut off the bolt for you. Yeah, cut off the bolt for you. But all at the reduced price. Designer, look, Riley Blake there. Go and have a look at that. Not now. Not now. 1 o'clock, you can go and look at that. Anyway, that's the clearance section. And in that clearance section, you'll find these. Well, you won't do today because I think we've taken them out for our show. But tomorrow, these will be back in the clearance section on there. In fact, they'll be back on the shelf because this one is the one that lives on the shelf here. Right, where do you want to go now? Yeah, now, how many have I got left? Oh, yeah, sorry, I've got the big iron as well. Let's go and do the big iron in a minute. Right, there are only 10 of these left, right? So I need to tell you about this very quickly. It came back in stock last week, or was it the week before? But anyway, recently, 10 days, right? Look at the price, right? This is what you get for your $29.99. You get the lovely little hard case, and inside you get the little jug, you get the instructions, and then you get the iron, right? Now, we've had them back in stock. You haven't seen this one since February. We've had them back in stock before that, but it didn't have the hard case, just came in a little bag. Now you're getting it with the hard case. Look, you've got your rubber stopper that pulls out to put your water in. You've got your little windows. You've got your steam on, steam off. You've got your temperature gauge. You've got your 1.5 meters of cable. You've got your cable clip there, which I haven't used. You've got your little light there. When you plug it in, that comes on. When it's hot enough, it goes off. There's your steam holes. You can iron a shirt with it. You can do a quilt with it. You've seen all of our designers use it, haven't you? You saw Stuart using it in the last hour, but there's only how many left today? 10? Oh, there'll be 6 left. There'll be 6 left when the 4 people have checked out. And that's it. I doubt we'll get it in again in time for Christmas. I absolutely doubt we'll get it back in time for Christmas if you want that. And I love the little case. Also, somebody messaged in the other day saying, oh, can I fit in? They've got the little Teflon rest. Here. They've got the little Teflon rest, right? This doesn't come with it, but I'm just showing you, right? It sits in there perfectly. So when you close it, you can carry that with you as well. So if you haven't got a rest, if you're on a travel or in a hotel or something, you've got a little rest. You have to buy this separately. These are on the website. You don't get them, but they fit perfectly within that box. Oh, way too many people got it in the baskets. First people to check out will get that. Right, come with me. Ooh, because I've got an iron. The completely other end of the spectrum. Oh, I need the press. I've got it. The other end of the spectrum. I love this iron. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Right, £50 off straight away. £50 off straight away. That's only whilst these are in stock. When we get more, which we undoubtedly will do, then... will we? Oh, yeah, maybe we won't. Because remember, on the same day, we did the blind hemmer, we did the straight stitch dookie, and we did the electric scissors. We've got electric scissors back in stock, but we haven't got the first 2 things, have we? Because we sold out, and then they gave us more, and they said, but that's it. That's all you're having. That's all. In fact, don't you remember the following day, we had a few of each of them left, and they said to me, they've all got to go back. The ones we haven't sold have got to go back. So I did them that day and we completely sold out of everything. I love this iron. When I worked in theatre, this was one of the main tools that we had in there. But you don't have to do industrial. You can do chiffon with this. You can do whatever you like with it. It is a steam iron, but you can use it dry as well. But look at this, right? Now, I haven't done it from this table before. This has just been on charge since the break, right? Are you ready for this? You ready? Look at it. It's brilliant, isn't it? Continual steam. So first of all, if you've got curtains hanging up, right? If you've got curtains, you want to... Now, they say steam is a really good cleaner and sanitizer, don't they? If you've got pets and your sofa's a little bit and you can't wash the... Steam your mattress, everything like that. But also just pressing, right, okay, so this is the main unit, and I know it looks quite clunky, but I'll show you how you can use that really well in a minute. Let me just push it to one side like that. You've got 2 buttons. You've got one when it's hot enough, and you've also got another button that tells you when the tank is nearly empty, right? So look, I've got wool here. This is the wool that Catherine Harrison, Catherine Wright used for her handbag a couple of weeks ago, right? This is wool, right? If you don't want to, and I've done it left-handed, which was a bit stupid, wasn't it? But anyway, if you don't want to press it, you can just steam like that. Or, look how beautifully this presses the wool, right? Obviously, it's got a temperature gauge on it like a normal iron. You can also alter the amount of steam, but look at that. How brilliant is that? It's absolutely no creases, no nothing, right? But you're thinking, well, I only use cotton. Look at this crunkled old bit of cotton here. in chartreuse, or is it sage or whatever like that. Watch this. Watch this. Look how easily, well, I've just ironed a crease into it, but look how easily those creases all disappear. Now, you know, every morning I have to bring my shirts in. I have to iron my shirts at home now. Gary said, don't you have to iron it. You can either put it on a mannequin, I'll be back, or you can put it on a stand like this. You've got your mannequin, or he said you can put it on a coat hanger, right? Literally, you just stand back. Look, and that will get rid of all your creases, everything like that at all. Now, this weighs 1.5 kilos, this bit here. It's got a lovely cork handle to keep it cool. The handle doesn't get hot. You've got a silicone base there where it lives. This is your water tank here. This, never, ever, ever open this when it's pressurized, right? Never, ever, ever do that. But it's not, you can't just twist it off. You have to really press it down. This morning it was cold, but it had a little bit of pressure on, so it will sound like you're making naughty noises. But as I say, you can change your pressure on there as well if you want to. But if you don't want to use steam, if you're doing quilting, lots of quilters piecing, don't like using steam, do they? You can use it completely dry as well. Now, if you are you're thinking, oh, John, that won't fit on my ironing board. I couldn't get that to my curtains. How am I going to get that to my curtains? Because you're not going to take your curtains down, are you? It comes. Oh, no, you'll never guess what I've done. I've tangled it up. I'll show you. Hang on, let me unplug it. Right. It comes with this, right? A lightweight trolley. It fits on the top of there. It fits on the top of here perfectly, right? Look, you've got little wheels going in any direction. So if you keep it on here, keep it underneath your ironing board, you get this, and you get this, right? That's still got water in it. This is brilliant, right? The first time I got this, I was going, this bottle doesn't work, this bottle doesn't work. I can't show you what you do. What you do is you put it, look, you turn it upside down, no water's going to come out of it. You put it in your thing and you press it onto the thing and the water comes out like that. You see, so if it falls on the floor, it's not going to leak. You keep it underneath your ironing board so that it's always there, and then you can do your ironing on top of your ironing board, because look at the length of the cord. Or if you're going to do your sofa, if you're going to do your curtains, you just wheel it through the house to where you need it, plug it in near your curtains, and you do it there. I love it. I think this is brilliant. £299 on split pay. 14.5 kilos is the whole unit, 1.5 for the iron, right? So it's like this is just a little bit heavier than your normal domestic iron. Don't by grams, by ounces. You're saving £50. And your P&P is only £3.95 still. Comes straight from Franklin's. So if you bought that today, Franklin's will get an email at midnight tonight. If you take the split pay, they will still send it to you straight after they've paid the first money. Also, if you're wondering why it says Juki Ju, Ju is their industrial, it's still Juki, but it's their industrial wings. They do welders and they do machines that are going to last, basically. I bought my first steam iron from Franklin's in Colchester in 1985, and I'm convinced I paid about this much for mine then. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of, I can't tell you what a brilliant price this is. I know. Do you want to see the steam again, just quickly before I go over? I'm going to set the alarms off, aren't I, in a minute, at this rate. I haven't turned it off. I just unplugged it to lift this up and plugged it back in again. But also, the two lights, one is the light that says it's switched on, and the other light is if the water's getting low in here, so you'll never get to that position where your tank's too. All I'll say is, if your light flashes and you've been using it, you need to leave it to cool down. There they are, you see. There you go. Got a message. Others would charge over £100 just for the stand. There you go. That's Karen saying that, not me. I know. Brilliant, isn't it? Right, I'm just going to switch that off because otherwise we'll get Stuart to move that in the break. There you go. There you go. Right, come on then. What are we doing next then? Oh, we will another early bird. Please. Right, okay. Clover, early bird. Right, hang on a sec. Bit confused here. Early bird, 50 multicoloured clover wonder clips, $28.99. That's not an early bird price. Watch this. Right, 1, 2, 3. Oh, 19.99, and they've shortened the thingy, haven't they? Do you think the iron is still at the theatre? I wouldn't be at all surprised, Claire, if it was. 19.99. Mind you, it was 1985 I bought it. 85, 95, 05, 15. It was nearly 40 years ago. But what floor? We had the whole house next door. So, oh well, no, they've now, I don't know, because they've built a huge extension, haven't they? But in the old days, the theatre was here, then there was a little garden gate, and you went into what was the old vicarage, and we had a 4-bedroomed house as our wardrobe department. Even had a bathroom, like with a bath and a shower and everything, with 1950s wallpaper up, with fishes, angelfish swimming on it. My office was like the dining room. The cutting room was the lounge. We still had the kitchen going. The other room was like our sitting hand sewing room, and upstairs were all the storerooms. We didn't have a room in the theatre, but it was so close. It was literally like walking from here to you, sort of thing. Oh, no, I loved it there. Right, 19.99. Well, I don't know how you've been allowed to do that, actually. Jenny Jackson said, loving the show today. Just finished tidying, eating some purple porridge. Then I'll be getting on with some prep for my shows next week. What's purple porridge? Melissa has emailed in. Well, who's that? Melissa? Melissa's asked if you could clean the sofa with it. I don't know if it would clean the sofa, but it will definitely kill any smells or bad bugs or anything like that in there. I'm not allowed to say it will kill every bug, because obviously I don't know if it will. But when Gary was in, he said mattresses definitely, because you know, it's horrible to think about, isn't it? But your mattress has got... it was something on Steve Wright the other day. A 10-year-old mattress weighs almost twice the weight after 10 years because of all the little animal skin and your skin and animal poo and everything like that. Not dogs and cats, but those, you know. How old's your mattress, Cat? Did you turn it? Was a presser in a factory 40 years ago? Oh, it's interesting. And used one of those Dukey irons. Bliss. I love mine. Chris from Chorley. Same time as I bought mine. Oh, no, mine wasn't 40 years ago, was it? But almost. I know, they're brilliant, aren't they? They last and last and last. And you know Dukey, it's a really good name as well. Okay, I've got a few of them. I've got single figures on these. Single figures on those now. Fantastic price for the iron, says Rebecca Harrison. There you go, Rebecca Harrison. Not Catherine Harrison or Rebecca, right? Catherine Harrison, you know Catherine Harrison? She uses one all the time. Rebecca Harrison. What's the matter with me? They're completely different people. And I've known Rebecca Harrison, how many years? 30 years? 30 years? Is it 30 years? Might be. She doesn't look old enough, does she? But there you go. Shall we do the... Yes. Right, I'll do the floral one first because there's only 2 left. This is a multi-mat. You have a look at it. Oh, are you sure? You should be running around with that flu you've got. Oh, can you hear her coming? Quilter's multi-mat. I'm not going to get this one out because it's $14.99. There's only 2 left. She's just wrecking the joint. Where's the colourful one?
It's up there as well. There's only 2 left.
I'll just show you how you can use it, right? Thank you. So, this is your ironing board, right? Your pressing mat there. Inside here is your cutting mat. Inside here is your sandpaper. Well, it's the equivalent of sandpaper, emery board paper, where if you're doing marking up or anything, don't cut on this, but if you're marking and doing a drawing with a ruler and everything, it doesn't slip, the fabric grips to it. And then this, if you want to lay out a block and keep the block safe, it's in there. All in there, all together, £14.99. These sell out every time. There are only 2 of these today, I have to admit. Have I missed something out? Cutting mat, anti-skid, ironing mat, and pattern marker. No, there you go. So there's only 2 of those left. Here's Mrs. Overall coming in now. There we go. And then I've got the spotty version here again. Pressing mat, cutting mat. $14.99. These will sell out. These will sell out today. Oh, now. I need to do this very quickly because in Stuart's next hour, this could help you to do this bit in the centre here, right? Some template plastic. It's got the graph already drawn on it, but Stuart might be mentioning this in his next hour, that's all. So for £3.99, there's 2 sheets in there, I think, 1/4 inch grid, 2 sheets, yeah. That could help you if you do this quilt. We will be in a minute, Jeremy. I know, where's this hour gone? It's flown by, hasn't it? What am I looking for? It was on the next hour's trolley, I noticed, but I thought I brought it out. I thought I brought it with me. Thank you, Stuart. Today's early bird, which shouldn't have been an early bird. There you go. Freezer paper. Wrap and freeze meat. If you wanted to. £4.99. Now remember, I was in that shop the other day. It's exactly the same thing, £10. So you're getting it half price. We even got a picture of it from the shop on their website. I don't know if we've got time to show it now. Oh, not now. Jeremy won't. She can't be bothered. £4.99. It's freelancers for you, isn't it? He's only in one day this month, and he wonders why he's not invited to the party. £4.99. We did 3 people offered him a +1, but he turned them down. Does that mean little Paul's not been invited? Oh. £4.99. Brilliant. Right, I'm going for a break. After the break, Stuart is going to show you every single one of these different techniques that you need for this quilt. We're all madly in love with this quilt. We love it. But the size of it, right, we can't show you all of it. This point here, that's the middle. So you've got all of that, again, going down that way. It's just too big. We have got nowhere in the studio that's big enough to show it into its fullest whatever. It's amazing. It's beautiful. The fabrics are stunning. So we'll be back in 4 minutes. We'll have cleared all this. Stuart will be here. I'll be there. And we're going to, well, he is going to show you how to make this quilt.
Hello, my name's Rebecca Harrison. My background is in theatre costume, so I've made costumes for film, TV and theatre. I began to sew when I was at school, in primary school, and I also did a lot of sewing with my mum at home. One of the first things that I ever made was this little mouse, and I hand sewed her at primary school. I think I was 8 or 9 when I did her, and I treasure her. She's I just love her. Her stuffing's gone in her head, so she's a bit wobbly. My favourite things to sew are corsets, probably because of my period background, but I just love them. I've got one here. I love the structure of them, the shape the bones make. I just think they're beautiful, and the fact that through the ages they've changed to make women's shape different, and I find that really fascinating. My claim to fame is because I've obviously doing costumes for film and theatre, I've been lucky enough to meet a lot of famous people. So I've met people like Dame Judi Dench, Kate Winslet, Juliette Binoche, lots and lots of people, lots more than I can probably, I haven't got time to say them all. But yeah, just and all around the building where I used to work in London, you'd see lots of people, Christopher Lee, Sir Richard Attenborough, yeah, just lots and lots of people. So it was really lovely, yeah, I feel very privileged to do what I do. I love my job, and I'm very lucky that I get to do it every day. And I really enjoy being on Sewing Street and demonstrating how to make things, and hopefully inspire you to get sewing.
If you'd like to get get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try, there's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. You know, start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
You know, I just said that Jenny Jackson had purple porridge. Well, you put blueberries in it, apparently. Then you add the milk and mix up, turns purple. Oh, okay. And it keeps her hair a funny colour as well, Lisa Lamb says. Right, we've got a lovely message from the last hour you were on. Haven't we, Kat? I said we'd read it out now because it's such a lovely message. Stop knacking your microphone. Hi, John and Stuart. Brilliant show. I must say that other than my darling husband and my 6 lovely brothers, you two are my favourite men. Jeanette from near Brighton.
Oh, that's such a lovely
That's
message.
nice, isn't it?
Thank
It's lovely,
you.
isn't it?
That's beautiful.
I hope you're
Thank
still
you,
watching, Jeanette, but I'm sure you will be. Right, Stuart, how much do you love this quilt?
Oh, I love it. It is so beautiful, isn't it? It's calm, but it's also got a lovely zing to it. I think it's that blue, this blue right here, that is so zingy. It lifts the whole thing. It lights it up.
But they then put it next to that beautiful, soft, like vintage pink, haven't they, as well, which gives it the... Oh. Anyway, I'm going to open the box. Hang on, so let's have a look. It's £199.99. 3 split payments of 66.66. Yeah, that's right. How brilliant. So you can pay 66.66 today, 66.66 a month, and then January you pay 6, and then it's paid for. You'll still be making it by then. It doesn't it? You don't have to use split pay if you don't want to, but if you do, you don't get charged any interest. And if you do, we still send it out to you after your first payment. Now, I need to tell you, so many people have whooshed in. So many are now in baskets. So let's get on with it. I promise we'll chat, but I promise we'll get all the sewing. We'll get all the sewing.
I've got loads of demos to show.
Exactly, and
we
you work
have
so
to be
hard.
good.
Yes, I will be good. So before I'm good, let me open the box. So it comes in. Do you know what? You can tell you're going to love. This is so heavy.
You're not kidding.
It's heavy, this box, right?
When my Deputy Joan and I opened the box together, and we both squealed with delight at the sheer amount of fabric and the lovely. I know.
The weight of it is incredible.
It's like
wrapped
half a
in
shop.
tissue. Oh, right. Here we go then. All this beautiful fabric. You get all of this, so there's enough in there to do the front and the binding, I'm imagining. Yeah.
Well, actually, and then some.
Oh, is there left over?
It's actually quite a generous quilt.
Oh, brilliant.
Deputy Joan is already planning a 9-patch pizzazz with the leftovers.
Oh,
so,
9-patch pizzazz.
You know.
Right, so look, from above, you get this. There you go. Oh, are you directing as well, Kat? Okay, right, so you get this, and this is... But look how much this you get. Look how much of this you get.
No.
Hang on, that's in 16 squares, is that, and a couple of triangles?
So you use that here in the squares.
Yeah.
You use it in the corners.
Yeah.
It's the binding.
Oh,
you also use it in this block here. And then in the
there
centre
in the
block,
centre
it's
bit
there too. So it's spread throughout.
Beautiful, isn't it? Look, look, look. Stunning, isn't it? Just have a... Why, yeah, see, I wouldn't want to use that as the binding. I know
Well,
it looks
actually, I'll let
beautiful,
you into a
but-
secret. Deputy Joan isn't going to use that for the binding.
Okay.
She's going to use something like a solid black, maybe, or a dark blue.
Dark blue, yes.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
and so she's going to use that for a 9-patch pizzazz.
Because they will have put a lot to one side because there's a lot of binding on there, isn't there? Anyway,
Yeah.
oh, here's... Oh, I love this.
That's a shirt.
No, lovely shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that is stunning, isn't it? There's a lot of that as well. Then you've got this. Oh, now isn't that strange? I thought there were going to be far more fabrics. You get a lot of fabric,
Yeah.
but there's actually only 4 different fabrics in there.
I think, John, what's key with this quilt is it's the way that that large-scale print has been used.
Yes.
And it provides such a great amount of interest. And because there are lots of different blocks and units in the quilt, there's so much interest. I couldn't believe there were only 4 fabrics in this quilt.
But how clever.
Very
because
clever.
it makes the whole thing. I suppose if you used all different fabrics, all those different sections, it might be a bit bitty and a bit what's the word I'm looking for? You know?
Unconnected?
Yeah.
Disconnected. Yeah.
Disconnected, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Oh, that's stunning. So 199.99. And you do get your instructions. There is a pattern correction in there.
There is.
But you get the little piece of paper to tell you, these are your fabrics, how much you've got of them all, how you do it, what you need to do. Oh, look, beautiful, beautiful. But you won't need that because you've got Stuart showing you how to make it now. Right, I will shut up a bit on this one. I'll butt in now with questions and things like that. But let's do
Well,
some
there's various
demoing
different
then.
sections, so I can do a little bit and we can chat.
Yeah,
can't we, John,
absolutely,
you
yeah.
know. I'm loving your shirt, by the way.
Thank you.
I know there've been a few messages about it,
About
but
my
I got in
paisley.
there first. I think it's lovely.
Thank you.
Really nice, suits you. Okay, so there are a variety of different blocks. I'm going to start with a block A. Okay, and what's lovely about the instructions is that they are really detailed. You're block by block. Now, I'm just going to disagree slightly. Well, just add my 2 pence about the instructions and say that, and this isn't just these instructions, but they instruct you to cut everything out right at the start. I wouldn't do that. I would always recommend, whatever your level of interest or expertise, always make 1 block of each. Before you cut everything.
Right.
Because when you're cutting it, you might think, okay, right, so I understand now how that's cut. I'm going to cut it this way. Or you might realise that actually, you see, for example, when you cut out these template pieces here, you've got shorter bits that are left over, offcuts around it. They are perfect for cutting these pieces out of, or some of these pieces. So, you know, which isn't necessarily how the instructions are having you cut big swathes and then chop them up.
Of course. So you could be wasteful doing that.
Well, you could save, but I mean, you've plenty of fabric to do it their way.
Yeah.
But you can say, but also as well, just to make sure that you're comfortable with how you're piecing that block and everything's right, because we did find a mistake in the pattern, which there is a correction now for.
Yes, yes, yes. That's
and
it.
we found that because Deputy Joe made 1 block and discovered. Imagine if she'd cut out for all of them.
Lot, yeah. I've got a quick question for Sue. Is there enough of the stag fabric to fussy cut the large squares to the stags the right way round and centred?
So that was exactly my thought as well when I looked at this pattern. And I thought, yes, wouldn't that be lovely? Now, I did say, well, we won't fussy cut them because I don't want to say you could fussy cut these and then there not be enough fabric.
Yeah.
But having seen how much is left, if you don't use the stag fabric for the binding, yes, you could. I think you might have to choose.
Right, okay.
Whether you're going to fussy cut and then use something else for the binding, because you could do it then.
Perfect.
Anyway, so we haven't, because you would also, if you were going to do that, you would cut them on point.
Yes.
As well. And if you're going to cut any of those squares on point, spray starch your fabric first until it's quite firm and crisp, then cut out, and then your edges will be stable.
Lovely.
So here's the big block that we're going to end up with. This is block A. I'm just going to pull it over so you can see. Wow, there it is. So there's that big block, and it's made of 4 smaller units.
Right.
Let me show you how we do each smaller unit. So we start off with a centre square, which is absolutely beautiful from that all-over feature print. It's very medieval looking, isn't it? And then what we've also got is 2 squares, one of our beautiful sort of teal aqua and one of our lovely light floral. And what we're going to do with these, you can layer them together and then you're going to cross cut through both diagonals. We're going to make half quarter square triangles.
Right.
Okay. So you'll recognise this block, an hourglass block or quarter square triangle block. Okay, but we're only making halves of those.
Right.
So there are various different methods for making them, and they include things like making half square triangles and then sandwiching them together again and re-sewing. You can draw diagonals and sew a quarter of an inch on one side of each of them. But the easiest way is simply to slice through the centres.
Before you even sew anything, just cut it.
So it's real kind of like old school where you actually start with the shapes that you're going to, which seems very odd these days.
Yes.
But I started doing that actually, John, when I started to use AccuQuilt because they cut out the individual triangles.
Of course,
and I thought, ooh, this is a bit, aren't these on the bias? And, but actually it's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
So, and then what we're going to do is just arrange them into pairs. All right. And what we want to end up with is we want to end up with matching pairs. So we don't want like the opposite way around. So we don't want that.
Right.
That would be wrong.
Yeah, that would be wrong.
That would be wrong. And that's the benefit of cutting them individually, because then we can decide and place them in the right positions. Okay, so we're going to do that, and here's one I've already sewn together right there. Okay, so this is a simple case now of just flipping and sewing. Now, obviously, these inner points we've cut on the bias.
Right.
So these edges, which are going to be stitched, and they'll be inside the block, so they'll be stable then, are on the bias at the moment. So a gentle touch. Do you remember the gentle touch?
Jill Gascoigne.
Yes. God, I loved that series. I loved her perm.
I was going to say it's a hair. That's all I
It was
remember
mostly the perm I loved.
Yeah.
Yes. But oh, hang on. Choose me right stitch. There we go. Patchwork. So just a gentle touch. I've got these pinned together. I'm using a nice accurate 1/4 of an inch seam allowance. And then I will...
Oh, the iron might not be switched on.
It is switched on.
Okay.
I'm just struggling for space, John. I've
Yeah.
really spread myself out.
What are you going to do when I'm over there at the same time?
Are we going back to that soon?
Well, I presume so. Well, there's a couple of channels have done it already.
Yes, there's talk.
There's talk. We've never done it at Sewing Street.
Oh, really?
Well, I wasn't here at the beginning, but it's always been in COVID times.
Of
It's
course.
always been separate.
True enough. So set your seam first, and then I like to finger press.
Right.
Always kind of scratch back with my thumbnail from the centre out. You don't want to go from one end all the way because you'll put a curve in.
Right.
But if you go from the centre out, you'll get a nice crease. And then when you've done that and you've made 4 of them, you're going to sew them around that centre block.
Right.
Now, I just want to give you a little tip for when you're sewing these around the centre block. Because what you'll notice straight away, I'm sure, is that there's an overhang at either side.
Right.
It's a little muffin top, John. It's a little muffin top hanging over the top.
Muffin top?
So what we want to do, how do we position this so it's just in the right position?
That bit. That's
So
right.
what you're going to do is fold your centre square in half and finger crease. Okay?
Right.
And do that on all 4 sides. Now you've got a little registration mark in the centre that you can match up with your centre seam.
Right.
So then flip it, match that up, and what you should notice, if everything's right and dandy with the world, which it is today, you'll have the same amount of overhang each side.
Yeah.
It's 1/4 of an inch, but this really helps you to be more accurate.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say anything.
Was I? Do you know it's so easy to see, isn't it? Let me have a look.
You had 2 pinks and 2
Did
greens
I?
together.
Did
there and
I?
there, yeah.
There. I've done it again.
Yeah.
Do you know, I was saying yesterday, I can't sew a pinwheel without making a mistake.
Oh,
it's
really?
the simplest unit, but I make a mistake every single time. Thank you, everybody. Just goes to show, doesn't it? Right. Let me sew that. And when you're sewing these units, you need to sew opposite sides first.
Oh, nice finger.
It's the automatic needle threader. It leaves a little bit of thread hanging down. Right. So I'm going to sew straight across here.
Uh-huh.
So we're just sewing opposite sides. So don't work around clockwise or anti-clockwise.
Okay, right. So you do two sides and then top and bottom.
Two sides and then
whatever,
top and bottom.
Perfect.
Exactly right.
While you're saying that, we've got a picture from who? Claire in Norfolk. Claire in Norfolk. Here you go. Hello, Stuart and John. I made this quilt using those fabrics. The quality of the fabrics is brilliant and makes sewing with them a joy. You see, that I agree with you. If you've got a good quality fabric, it just takes half the hassle away. I had enough left over to make a whole bag.
That's beautiful.
Claire in Norfolk. Oh, beautiful. Your fabric's slightly different to ours, though, Claire. Look, because yeah. Anyway, it's beautiful.
Very
Absolutely
lovely,
beautiful.
isn't it? Very nice. So you're just going to do exactly the same thing on all four sides.
Uh-huh.
And then before you add on your next two sides, I would just go in there with a pair of scissors and just clip off those dog ears.
Yeah.
Do that all the way around. Get into the habit of doing that. It reduces bulk at intersections, and it means that the whole quilt top will press flatter, lay flatter, and what that means is then when you come to quilt it, it will quilt flatter.
Yeah.
So every step of the way is helping to make a two-dimensional. This is why I struggle with clothes, because they're three-dimensional. I'm so used to creating something that is mill pond flat.
Yes, yes, yes.
So when you've sewn all of those together, you will end up with this block. And what you're aiming for, and it should just happen, is that you should have 1/4 of an inch extra around all four sides. Okay, so you can just see here. What a lot of beginner patchworkers do is they see the finished block and they want their unfinished block to look the same. So I've seen people trimming back blocks like this to the point. Yeah. And then, of course, when you sew it together, you end up cutting that point off. So this is what you're aiming for, nice and flat. Trim those dog ears off, and that's your block A. Easy peasy.
Fantastic.
All right.
So then you just sew 4 of those together to create that section, do you?
Exactly right. So, well, this creates this part of the section, and then there is also another section above and to the side of it with a star block in the corner, but we'll get to that.
Yeah. It's incredible, isn't it, the way it's all simple blocks that we know, but just the way they've merged them all together, creating patterns from patterns, aren't they?
It is. It's really, really clever. It's a lovely, interesting quilt to make as well. For me, it has the feel of a sampler quilt, but without, I'm going to be really honest here, I don't particularly like sampler quilts.
Right.
Usually.
Right.
You know, where they're 12 different blocks.
Yeah.
With sashing in between. It's like week 1, week 2, week 3. They're a great way of learning how to do patchwork, but I'm just not very keen on the end result.
Okay.
This, on the other hand, is a sampler of different techniques, different units, but it's in a much more cohesive...
Well, it's creating a whole, isn't it? Yeah.
It absolutely is. And I love the way the designer has sort of bled and blended the blocks out through the borders. And, you know, there's a border which almost kind of disappears under. And exactly as the name suggests, creates this woven effect. I think is very, very clever. It's one of the things that makes this quilt so special. I think this would be an amazing wedding gift.
Oh, I could give it away once I'd made it.
Well, there is that, John. I'm with you there. Well, it could be your wedding gift, couldn't you? You could have. You might have done 30 years marriage. You deserve a present.
Yeah, exactly. Or you could just be left on the shelf and you make it for yourself.
You could absolutely
and do a pretend wedding.
But also in terms of the colours and the style as well, I think it's got a very, very broad appeal.
Oh yes, definitely.
Because actually, of course, William Morris, very traditional. I mean, Victorian, but also he was harking back to medieval times. That was his real inspiration, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The arts and craftsmanship.
Oh, and he
of the
travelled all over the world,
medieval
didn't he, in Asia and everything. So he picked
Absolutely.
up all sorts of different ideas from there.
Exactly, lots of influence. But the actual quilt design, the setting of it, is very modern.
Yes, yeah.
This could be done in really modern fabrics and would absolutely look right.
Oh yes, totally. But also, a lot of the fashion houses, the high street fashion houses, have all introduced. Like little Paul went shopping and he saw a strawberry thief shirt, and he was like, "Oh, I know that. That's William Morris. We sell that." And he was thinking, but the fashion houses have all taken it up as well. So it's kind of traditional. It's not too girly, because sometimes you worry about a quilt being a bit too girly for a man's bedroom. There's nothing, that's a classic. It's not a girly, even though it's floral. It's not girly, is it?
No, I agree. It's got it's very smart. It's a very smart quilt. And maybe a little of that is to do with those 4 fabrics rather than lots more as well. It's a really, really smart quilt, isn't it? It's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
We had great fun. Shall I show you the next block?
Please, if you don't mind.
So the next block I'm going to show you, and I'm going to have to move right back, and I'm going to have to hitch up my skirts.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Exactly, as I walk through a puddle. I don't even know if I can do it.
Do you want me
Yes, please. Would you go the other side? Thank you. It's just as well as this quilt is so wide.
Yes.
Now we can be properly distanced. We're just going for that
You're having trouble with
centre.
your earpiece
It's
today.
popping out. I've got very narrow eustachian tubes. There we go. So it's that centre block, okay, which lots of you will recognise as a Dresden plate.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you how we make that. All right. So it's that. You're dismissed. Thank you. So this is made in 4 quarters, and oh, I thought you were going home then.
Packing my box.
I did. I thought you were grabbing your toys and going. Right. So this is made as 4 quarter units, and you can, and the best thing to do really is to sew them as quarter units and then sew the whole thing together. If you preferred, you could sew the 4 background squares together first, sew the Dresden as one whole plate and then sew it to the quilt. But I'd because they're so large, I'd err on the side of doing them as quarters.
Yes.
And then sew the quarters into halves and then join the halves together.
Okay.
All right, so let me go through how we're going to make these blocks. So we've got a background square, okay, and we've got our 3 units that we need to make. So I'm kind of reversing back. And let's start at the very beginning. It's a very good place to start.
Yeah.
Here's our, now this is what we need our template plastic for.
And would you like some?
John. Well, no, it's okay because I've already cut them out. But you have a template. All right, let me show you. You have a template, and you're going to make yourself a template of that finish. Let me just show it there.
Perfect.
Of that shape, okay? So it's a kind of tumbler shape.
Yep.
All right. But then it goes down into almost a point.
Right.
This is a little bit different to a Dresden, because normally the Dresden would finish about there.
Yes.
And then you'd finish it off with an appliqued circle. Now, of course, if you wanted to do that and add that, you could. And I'll be honest here, if you fluff the centre a little bit and you're not happy with how your points are matching up and you don't really want to unpick them and try again, you could always put a circle on it. Yeah, you know, stick a yo-yo on it.
Yeah, yo-yo.
All right, so it's the Dresden method we all know and love. So you're going to take one of your template shapes, you're going to fold it in half, wide end, okay, and you're going to press that. I like to give it a good press all the way down with an iron.
Right.
Okay, once you've done that and you've pressed it, you're then going to sew 1/4 inch across the top. From edge to edge, and I would recommend you start at the folded edge and sew out to the raw edge. You'll get a better finish. You're much safer putting a folded bit of fabric under your machine.
And it's less likely to go into your machine.
Absolutely right, absolutely right. Although if that happens, here's my top tip for stopping your machine gobbling up your fabric. It's essentially because there isn't enough fabric on the feed dogs to carry it through. If you take a hold of your top and bobbin thread in your left hand, and as you put your fabric under and you press the foots down, as you take the first couple of stitches, pull back gently on the top and bobbin thread, and that will guide the fabric through. And once you've taken a couple of stitches, you can let go and you'll be away.
We were taught that Wimbledon full stop to do it every time you pull the
I saw
thread.
a picture this morning of you at Wimbledon Art
Yeah, you
School.
did.
I did.
How many years ago?
Glorious. Who'd have thought? I'd have thought a bee.
What?
Cup.
I was wearing a bra. You haven't seen the picture.
Over the top of your shirt.
Yes.
Oh, you've still got that shirt, haven't
Oh,
you?
hey! That was from Millets. That was good quality, good
Oh,
value.
absolutely. Oh, Millets, remember them. So then what you can do, pop your thumb inside, yeah, and then push and flip it through, okay? So you've got that point turned through. And then grab something. I've got my little turning tool, but you don't want anything that's super sharp, so no little knitting needles here. You're much better off with a point turner. And gently encourage.
Yes.
Imagine it's a child who's had a bad day at school. You want to gently encourage it to go back in. All right. And then once you've done that, you need to centre that seam. Now, this is why it's a good idea to press all the way down, because you're going to centre that seam up with that centre crease.
Right.
Okay, and push back. And then nice and firmly with your finger, crease the edges out. Okay, so crease them first. And then once you're happy, you can go in there with a whoops.
Oh,
whoops.
no. Another iron burn.
Everybody has done that, haven't they?
They moved the table the day you did the Moxie last week, and they found 7 burn marks on the carpet.
I don't know.
Debbie only's admitted to 2.
Has she? Well, there's 8 now. Okay, there we go. So just make sure you've got a really nice point at the top. Give it a little press from the front as well. And that's your Dresden blade unit. Now what you're going to do then is you're going to piece 3 of those together. Now I'm just going to sew one more.
Right.
I'll use that one.
What's your view on best press then? Would you have best pressed these?
No, there's no need to.
Okay.
No, there's no need to. I love best press, don't get me wrong. And I always, now actually interesting, I had a question the other day from a viewer asking, and I didn't answer it. Asking, should fabrics be pre-washed before you start sewing with them? And I don't.
No.
I don't pre-wash fabrics, and I certainly don't pre-wash pre-cuts, because your 10-inch square will not come out of the washing machine a 10-inch square. Nothing like. And that's any fabric. They all have a little bit of, shrink back. But what I do is I always steam iron them.
Oh, okay.
And often with starch or best press.
Right, okay. I have to say on dressmaking, you would wash your fabric first, because you don't want to make an exquisite frock.
Right.
Fit it, perfect, put it in the washing machine, you get even 3% shrinkage.
Yes.
It's going to be too much.
Exactly. Exactly, yeah. For dressmaking, you always would.
But I quite like, when you've got a quilt, I like to not wash my quilting fabric, but then when you wash it and it does that...
Slightly puckers.
You know, that... Oh, hello, Stuart and John. Could you advise if the wadding is included in the William Morris? No wadding. It's just enough for the front and the binding. No wadding and no backing. There are backings. We are going to show you some waddings later on, and there are some backings. One, that's a William Morris one there, isn't it? Yeah, one William Morris backing there. They're all available underneath us on the website.
Now then, when you come to join your blades, this is why I wanted to do 2. When you join your blades, make sure you match the top,
right?
First of all.
Yeah.
So I've popped a pin in there, and make sure you match the bottom as well.
Right. It's quite thin, isn't it?
It is. Well, it's going to go down to a point.
Right. Of course, yeah.
Yeah. And so it's a little bit more, technically, it's a little bit more challenging than doing one where you're going to cover those points with a circle. So, crack the pins out, everybody. I'm a big fan of pins. And then we're going to sew it, okay? Now, if you're ever unsure about whether something is going to fit nicely, whether you're going to lose your points or anything like that, and you want to give yourself a little test run, whack the stitch length up on your sewing machine to the longest stitch length, sew your seam, just watch yourself because the fabric does fly through, so sew a little slower. And then check your points. Or if you're sewing, say, block to block across a strip and you want a little safety mechanism, then just do that basting stitch at your match points.
Right.
An inch or so across. Open out your quilt, check the fit. If everything's lovely, fold it back, whiz across. Normal stitch length. If you're unhappy with any of those matches, a stitch length of 5.0 is much quicker to whip out and redo than if you stitched it fully.
And if you've done it 1.8, you've done it 1.8.
Right. Oh, yeah, you don't want to unpick that.
No.
No. But the thing is, you can pin and you can think, yeah, I've matched everything up, that's lovely. But actually, you don't know until you've sewn it.
Okay, quick question from Sue.
Thank you.
Stuart, did you not clip the corners? No, does Stuart not clip the corners before turning the blade through?
No, because it's broad.
Right.
It's a broad one because there's only 12. Now, if this was 16 or 20 or more and they'd be sharper points, then I would. But it's almost a right angle.
Yeah.
And you get a perfectly good point without clipping.
You're right. If it was more acute or more tight, then you would do because you have too much fabric in there.
Yeah, that's right.
Good question, though, Sue.
It was a lovely question. I was expecting it, actually.
Oh.
Because I was conscious I wasn't clipping and I thought I should have really said something.
Yeah, you should really.
Yeah.
Sue wouldn't have had to type, would she?
Yeah, should really.
The pattern is not available on its own, I'm afraid, just in the quilt kit.
Okay, so I've pressed that seam now. And now what I would recommend is that you press those seams open.
Right.
So start from the centre. And again, this is a time when finger pressing is so helpful because if you try and press a seam open just with an iron, it'll go this way, that way, this way, that way. It'll end
and
up
also
a
it
mess.
has a tendency to buckle under as well. One of them won't be pure, will it?
Absolutely, absolutely. So I just like to finger press along and then go in with the iron. And again, it's always a pressing motion rather than ironing. Just going down and fixing those seam allowances in place. Okay, nice and flat, flip it over, and then same again. And there we go. We've got a lovely join. It's all lovely and flat. And you're just going to piece 3 of those together. Once you've done those 3, you're going to lay it on top of your block. You're going to applique it to the block. Now, on these ones, where are they now? These ones right here. Deputy Joan has used a blind hem stitch.
Right.
Every machine's got a blind hem stitch unless you've got
a blind hem stitch. But also, we had a blind hem stitching machine available.
Oh my goodness!
Wow. That's all it does. It was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah. Anyway.
You can use that. You could use blanket stitch if your machine has one. You could sew a straight stitch really close to the edge, 1/8 of an inch in or less if you wanted. You could also applique that by hand.
I was going to say I might do that by hand.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're appliquing by hand, top tip is to pin from the back, not from the front.
Yes.
Okay, you pin from the back because when you're working, your working thread will spend most of its time on top of the fabric and you'll constantly catch it on your pins. If you pin from the back, you won't catch your thread on the pins.
That's a good tip. I've never thought about that.
Oh, I love a bit of applique.
Oh, yeah.
So lots of choices there. And then once you've done that, you can then trim away the background fabric. So as DPJ has done there.
Right.
Now, the pattern doesn't allow, it tells you to cut away the background, but it doesn't allow for that in the cutting instructions. So this is what I'm talking about, make the block and then think, oh, actually, if I do that, because actually from that fabric that you've cut out, you can cut out all sorts of triangles, squares and strips.
Yes.
and then save your whole fabric, so you've got a bit left to make that
Yes,
bag.
because if you cut it all out, you'd then have a real weird
You'll still have
shape.
that bit cut out at the end.
But you could have used it for all your triangles, and then the bit of your triangles is still on the block, on the bolt.
There you go.
Oh.
So,
Now,
you know...
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Do you have to cut away the fabric behind?
No, you don't have to do that by any means. If you're going to hand quilt this quilt, you definitely want to, because the fewer layers you're having to needle through, the easier the quilting process is. Cutting away the fabric from behind the Dresden will also help it to pop when you quilt it, particularly if you outline quilt around the Dresden. Then obviously it's sitting against the batting and it really can sort of puff up and fill out. But you don't have to.
No.
But
But
you
it
might
does
as
add another
well.
layer of fabric. When you have put your wadding and your backing on, when you get to that centre Dresden, you have got an extra layer of fabric to go through, haven't you?
Yeah. And if you're hand quilting, you want to avoid that.
Exactly.
But yeah, personal choice. But I would say, yeah, do cut it away. But, you know, use that fabric then for piecing.
Exactly. Question from Jeanette. Good morning, Stuart and John. I love watching quilt demos as I want to start quilting myself. Can you tell me the stitch length you use, please, from Jeanette?
Yeah, I absolutely can. The stitch length I always use for patchwork is 1.8.
Right.
Now, some machines won't do 1.8 because they'll go 3.5, 3, 2.5, 2. And then they only go the smaller increments when it's really short. So in that case, a stitch length of 2 would be better than a stitch length of 1.5. That's a bit too short.
You do that right from the word go, practicing from even if you've done no quilting at all before, you'd automatically go 2 or 1.8.
For patchwork, for piecing, for piecing, absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, when you come to quilt, or top stitch, then you want a longer stitch length, and I would go 3.5 if I'm using a walking foot. If I'm free motion quilting, then, you know, it's whatever I can manage on the day, let's be honest here. And also, if you're free motion quilting, you don't want all your stitches the same length.
No.
Because if you're stitching the outside of a big curve, then your stitches will be a little longer, and you want them to be a little longer. They look nicer.
Yeah.
But as you get right into the centre of a spiral, unless you're going to do it like a 50p piece, you have to go shorter to keep a smooth curve.
I was just thinking that if they've not done piecing before, they might have a lot of unpicking to do. And
let's think positively, John.
Oh, all right then.
Let's think positively.
I was thinking positively, as in but we do have. I don't know if we've got them in stock at the moment. We've got electric seam ripper things, which are really good. There's none in stock at the moment, but we normally sell. Or you can use a beard trimmer.
I saw that.
Yeah. You can use it to unpick them, and it doesn't affect your fabric. Right, loads you're checking out. Well done if you've got this. We've got another block to go yet.
We have. With the
2 more
three
blocks
more.
to go.
Yeah.
3.
There's 3 more units to show you.
Oh, yes. Yeah, we're all right. We're okay for time. But we have to finish on time because we've got Yarn Lane. That's all. I can't let you go over.
Oh, and isn't it our lovely
Sam Sabido? Yeah.
Yes. So this next bit is this block here. Yeah. Which, as you can see, is simple flying geese with rectangle. Now, this looks like it's a whole unit. This is actually 2 blocks sewn together.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so let me show you. Now I'm just going to demo this as a sort of step 1, step 2, step. I'm not going to sew any of this because it's a method you will have seen, I'm sure, before, but if not, let me show you. So the flying geese here, each unit is a rectangle. Whoops, let me pull that down, sorry. Right, so this is our flying geese unit.
Yeah.
Okay, and flying geese are usually twice as wide as they are high. Now, your method is, in the pattern, is for no waste flying geese. Right. There are various methods, and if you are an absolute beginner, personally, I would recommend stitch and flip.
Right.
Where you sew a rectangle, you have a rectangle of geese fabric, 2 squares of sky fabric, you mark the diagonal, and you sew, flip press, and then trim the back away. The reason why I think that's better for beginners is because it's a self-checking method. So when you've sewn your corner and you flip it back, the triangle should meet the rectangle. They should match up perfectly. If there's any overage or underage, you can unpick, you can have another go.
And you can see it straight away.
You see it straight away. And definitely if you're using that method, don't sew, trim and then press because you've nothing to check it against. You have to flip it back again and But this method, but obviously you do end up with little triangles that you cut off, which I never have the patience to sew. This is the no waste method. So you're going to cut one large square and then you'll cut 4 smaller squares. The large square are your geese, the small squares are your sky. You lay them on top, 2 in opposite corners. They will overlap in the centre, and you mark a straight line through the middle. You're then going to sew 1/4 inch either side of that line. And then once you've done that, you're going to cut down the centre line.
Right.
Now, what you're left with then are 2 units that look like this. So once you've cut it, it looks like that. And then you're going to flip back your corners. I always say this looks like a fox's head.
Yes.
With the little ears. So you're going to end up with 2 of those. You've still got 2 of those small sky fabric squares left.
Yeah.
You're going to lay one of them in the corner. Again, there will be an overlap here, don't panic. Draw that centre line, sew 1/4 inch either side, and then using either rotary cutter or scissors, you can then cut through that centre line, and then you're going to press this seam back. I'll just do that with my thumbnail. And there's one flying geese. And there's another one. And there's no waste. You're not left with any triangles that you're going to sort of put in your scrap basket and never use. And so obviously with this one, you're going to end up with 2 more units.
Of course, yeah.
So that's how you make your flying geese.
Brilliant.
And then you just sew them in a row and sew a rectangle top and bottom.
Okay.
So that's that border unit. Easy
So
peasy.
the whole, that long bit across the top there, even the 2 pink stripes are, they've got a seam in them as well.
There's a seam.
Right, perfect.
Absolutely. Now, of course, I guess if you wanted to modify the pattern a bit and you were thinking, well, I can save myself a few seams here, you could cut longer strips and sew them.
Yeah.
However, do you remember in the Tim Holtz show earlier on, I was talking about those cornerstones, those unnecessary cornerstones I put in that help me match it up. Having a seam here allows this whole unit to fit against this whole unit.
Yes,
it's a match point.
Of course, yeah.
There's actually nothing harder than sewing a plain border to another plain border.
Yeah.
Because you have nothing to match apart from the ends.
No.
You can fold the borders and create match points, but I actually love sewing a border to piecing because you've got places to match up. So that's our block C. Easy.
Yeah, so that when you do that, you've got 4 and 4. So that last flying geese is part of the star.
It is part of the
not
star.
part of the flying geese row.
No, because there's a 5th one. Look, you've got 4 and 4.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, is that what you
Yeah,
said?
so
that 5th one.
So you don't make
No,
9
that's
in a
a separate
row.
block.
You still make 8, and then that flying geese is part of the star.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. I'm just
you
gonna
off?
have to. I'm going. I've got my trolley. I'm off. I'm off.
Most guest designers have those little trolleys from IKEA. You know, these little creamy ones we have here. He's got the whole shebang.
Yeah, it's a big quilt, John. I need the whole studio. Let me pop that down there. Right. So that corner block, it doesn't even need a demo, I don't think, because look, all it is 4 no-waste flying geese.
Yep.
Exactly the same fabric combination as what you've just made. 4 corners and a centre square.
Right.
That's it. Doesn't get much simpler than that.
When you've got all of the components, because obviously, which order do you sew it together in?
Well, so what you do then, and it's shown really nicely in the diagram, is you sew it together like a 9 patch, but it's an uneven 9 patch. So if I trace it with my finger, this here is one of the units right throughout there.
Okay, yeah.
What's lovely about this quilt is there is no border to sew on.
Right.
Okay,
Oh,
so that's,
yes, of course.
So that's one unit. Okay.
Yeah.
Then this section here, this woven section here, is the second part of this top row. And then you've got the flip of that on this side. So you sew these 3 together. Then the centre strip is one of these, top and bottom, and your big Dresden in the middle.
Yeah.
And then your bottom row is exactly the same as your top row.
Okay, perfect.
Now, DPJ is actually going to do this when she puts her whole top together, is going to do this as a quilt as you go.
Oh, okay.
She likes quilt as you go.
Yeah.
So she's going to quilt this section with backing, batting and top quilt it. Do that with the 9 sections, and then she's actually going to add, it'll just be a 1/2 inch finished strip, extra strip that will cover, that will divide that up slightly. But I think that's a lovely way of doing it.
Oh yeah, we look forward to seeing that then.
And if you're nervous at home about, you know, machine quilting on your domestic sewing, such a big quilt, you might consider doing quilt as you go instead.
Definitely.
So that's our block
Okay,
D.
so that's that block, and then we've got one more.
Or you could, you know, you could. This isn't as silly as it sounds. You might buy the quilt and then thought, you know what, there's my motivation for buying a Moxie.
Oh, yes.
I want to be able to do those big quilts.
Only you would do that.
Yeah, I know,
yeah.
I know. But
Yeah, you're right. No, you are right. If the thing is, if you're going to make quilts like this, it might be £5,495, but it's like if you buy an expensive blouse, it's times per wearing. If you only wear it once, if you only use that machine once, then it costs you £5,495. If you use it every day for a year, you work out how many pence it is per day and how many years you're going to use it. If you work it out like that as an investment, then I think if you're going to do a lot of long arm quilting, like you obviously do, because you do your cushions and everything on it, then it's worth it, because price per use is very low, really.
Well, I was, like I said, I was at Festival of Quilts in the summer. It was so good to be back, my goodness. Thanks to everyone who came. And I was pricing up kind of those smaller long arm quilting machines, those more for home use, you know, 15-inch throat space. And I was looking at one that was £8,000. And I thought, wow, that's really good. That's a good price. But you didn't get a frame. No. You didn't get anything else. No. It was a machine. And you could then put it on various different frames, you know. And so when we came with the Moxie, and it was £5,500 basically, I thought, well, what does that, what don't you get?
Yes, exactly, don't you get. But also, if you think of the time it takes, if you're doing a quilt that big and you're laying it out on your lounge floor to make your quilt sandwich, the time it's going to take to...
I'd have it quilt and bound by the time you'd finish basting it
Exactly,
together.
because on a Moxie, you put your binding, not your binding, your wadding and your fabric, and you're off, aren't you?
That's right, you don't, you layer it on the machine.
On the machine, so there's none of that hassle of banana pins or studs or 505 or anything like that.
And on my Avanti, it probably takes me somewhere in the region of between 20 and 40 minutes to load a quilt completely and be ready to start quilting. So everything's basted down and we're good to go. I've barely got the first 50 safety pins put in. But, you know, if that's how you do your quilts, absolutely great. I mean, I really recommend 505 basting spray.
Oh, yes. I mean, it's brilliant. And if you love doing that, it's fine. But if you are going to be doing quilts like this every day of your life, then that is an investment, isn't it? Anyway, look, we need to get on because we've got another block to do.
We do. Well, this is a really quick and easy one, so this won't take 15 minutes. OK, so there's one more block to make.
Right.
And now this is very, very clever because I didn't... When I saw the picture of the quilt and I saw the actual quilt, it's very clever the way it's been put together. I saw short rail fence units here. And then I saw long rail fence units here. And here. And I thought, OK, so you're making different sized units and putting them together. And, oh, gosh, I wonder how you end up doing that to create this lovely woven look. But actually, what they are is they are all the same block. So this is actually 2 blocks sewn together. There's a seam here. There's a seam here.
Right.
So this is your block. Super easy.
Oh, with no long bits on it?
No, that's your block. They're all the same. Super easy. Demystifying.
Yeah.
So what you're going to do here, so this is strip piecing.
Right.
Strip piecing. So what you're going to do is you're going to cut your strips and then sew them together. Now, what I want to point out here, we mentioned right at the start of the hour that we found a mistake in the pattern, and it is on this block.
Okay.
So we have included an amendment.
I've got it here, but you don't need to see it.
Okay. And essentially, the pattern has you cut all 5 of these strips the same width, and they're not.
Right.
These strips in the centre, these 3 strips here are all 1.5 inches cut.
Right.
These outer strips are 1 inch cut.
Oh, okay.
They end up narrower.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's really important. So you're going to strip pieces together. Now this is probably the longest block to make, even though it's still very simple.
Yeah, yeah.
It's only sewing strips. But this is where accuracy is everything. And I've got a little tip for you. If you find that when you're sewing 42 or 44 inch long strips together, you start going a bit wayward.
Yes.
And you've got plenty of fabric in this kit, cut your strips in half.
Oh, okay.
Before you sew them together, because I promise you, you will sew more accurately.
Yes.
If you're only sewing 20 inches.
So that's got a seam up the middle.
No, it hasn't. This one has been done as a full width of
sorry.
But I'm just giving you a tip.
Oh no, I'd much rather sew a shorter.
Yeah. Do that and then cut them up. You'll have little offcuts. It's inevitable that you wouldn't have if you did a long run. So you might have to do an extra unit or so, but you've got enough fabric. But you might just find that that keeps you on literally on the straight and narrow path.
Okay, so have you got a tip for sewing long, thin strips like that together without it bananaing?
Yes, absolutely. And the main tip for that is, I know everyone says this tip, it's the same one. When you sew your strips, start at one end, sew this way. When you add your next strip, sew that way, and work backwards and forwards. But I still think a better tip than that, well as that, is shorter runs. Yeah. Because it tends to be, I'll be honest with you, it tends to be that we just get a little bit kind of I'm only sewing strips together. And actually, we're not only, accuracy is everything. Take your time. And also the tendency, of course, is because we're only sewing strips together, that we don't need to pin. No. You know what I'm going to say to that? We still need to pin. We don't need our ends to match. We're going to trim those down, but we still want everything to be accurate. And strips have a real tendency to move around. The longer the strip, the more chance there is of movement. Now, once you've done that and you've sewn your strip together, you're going to chop it up. This is where having that shorter stitch length really helps too.
Now we've got a question just came through for you. Do you ever reverse and put a locking stitch at the end of any, when you're piecing? Do you ever do a reverse at the beginning and at the end?
Occasionally I do. It's more of a dressmaking thing, isn't it?
Totally, yeah.
I don't tend to do it with patchwork. However, when I'm sewing blocks together, I will.
Right.
Especially if the blocks finish and there's no border. If I'm sewing a border onto a quilt, I'll reverse at the start and finish of the border, because there's nothing worse, and especially when you long arm quilt where everything's out at quite a considerable amount of tension, seams can pop. So then I will. Okay. Yeah, but mostly it's just that 1.8 stitch length, and that does the job. So once you've done your strip and you've pressed it, and I'll just show you how I've pressed this. I've pressed everything out towards the dark and away from the centre, so they go up and they go down. Right. And that will create a nice effect. It also means that your darkest outer narrow will end up really popping because they've got the seam allowance under both sides. Okay, so then you're going to cut out your little units. And I've just got a few here. And then you're going to arrange them into rows. Now, again, this is where accuracy and good pressing really, really matter. If you're going to get them to fit. And so you're just going to arrange them like this. One thing we found really interesting working on this quilt is the amount of variation there is in that large sort of stag print. So some areas are really green, some areas are really black.
Yes.
It looks like you've used about 5 or 6 different fabrics.
Which is why
gives it so much movement.
Exactly.
Gives it so much movement. And then once you've done this, you're then just going to sew these into rows, 3 rows of 3. Seams in, seams out, seams in, or the other way around, whatever you know works for you, and then sew them together. When you're pinning a block like this together, and you've got your 3 rows that you're going to sew together, you've obviously got to match your ends first, your intersections next, and then don't leave this middle flapping around. I know it's only a few inches, but another pin in the middle as well, please. And that will really, really improve your accuracy and make sure your blocks come out nice and flat, nice and accurate, because everything needs to match up. And especially when you consider that you're going to be sewing block to block.
Yes.
And when you do that, of course, you've more points to match
Yeah.
here, because we don't just want the outside corners, we want this centre unit to match up as well.
Because normally when you put two blocks like that together, you'd be putting that and that, wouldn't you? So it wouldn't matter about matching them, but because you're making the oblongs,
Exactly.
you need those two to match together, don't you?
Exactly. And of course, what I should be showing you here is that this is 4 units by 4, not 3 by 3.
Right.
So it's like that. Yeah. If I just,
Okay, yes.
It's great,
Brilliant,
isn't it?
isn't it?
No, it is 3 by 3. I tell a lie.
What you say?
Tell a
What
lie.
you saying to us now?
It's 3 by 3. I
Okay.
tell a lie. There we go. But when you sew it together, you want those blocks to
Of course.
extend.
Oh, morning, John and Stuart. Thoroughly
Morning.
loved watching you together. Learnt so many tips from Sally Ann in Cheshire. Thank you, Sally Ann. You got your capital locks on, my love. And then Stuart, so many tips this morning. Thank you. Keep them coming. Loving your teaching style. From Jennifer in Warwickshire. Oh,
Thank you.
except she doesn't live in Warwickshire anymore. She's moved.
Oh.
Oh, no, that was Emma, wasn't it? Oh, I get confused. Right, Stuart, that was absolutely brilliant. Have you got any more top tips for us, or can I do a roundup?
Oh, do a roundup.
I'll
of
do a
course.
roundup then. Are you back in on Saturday?
I'm back on Saturday and Sunday,
Oh,
so you're
my
not working
word.
this weekend. You're off.
I'm off. I'm opening an art collection in
Are
Devon.
you?
Yeah, not my art collection.
You
I'm
get
going
some
to cut the
good
ribbon.
gigs.
Huh?
You get some good
Oh,
gigs.
I do. And they put me in the most fabulous hotel. Anyway, kit. The kit is flying out. It's £199.99 and slightly more considered than usual. But look at the size, look at the gorgeous, look at the amount of fabric in it. You can get it on split pay, 66 3 times. You get all of this fabric. You get the lovely stag fabric. You get the beautiful, look how much you get though. These are big wedges of fabric. You get the lovely vine and berry, and then you get that beautiful sort of pale teal green. You get all your instructions. You get so much, there's a lot that you'll have. And now, don't panic about making mistakes, because there's lots of fabric in there. There's enough to make another project. We had somebody mentioned earlier with a bag. You said Debbie Jones going to make a little 9 patch out of it.
Yeah.
So there is fabric left over. £199.99. Lots you got it in your basket. Please check out. There it is. Right, we've got to go because it's Yarn Lane. Tomorrow's menu. It's me tomorrow. Tomorrow's menu is Christmas fabrics at 8 o'clock. Then at 9 o'clock, we've got the Star Log Cabin Quilt with Susie Duncan. 10 o'clock, we've got Wild Beauty Fabrics, oh, I say. At 11 o'clock, we've got A Bag for All Reasons with Susie Newman. And then at 12 o'clock, now, you've only got me for 4 hours live tomorrow, because at 12 o'clock, you have Stuart and Liz doing the Handy Quilter. I know the Moxie that we've been talking about. Right, if you're going to stay with us and come to Yarn Lane, please do, because it's fabulous today. Stay where you are if you're watching on telly, if you're watching on the web, if you're watching on the internet, or if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, you need to go over to the Yarn Lane version. If you've already bought something from me this morning, your P&P is paid for on Yarn Lane. We're going to go now. We will see you on Yarn Lane. Thank you, Stuart, by the way. I forgot to say thank you.
pleasure.
And you'll see him on Saturday. And I'll see you in 4 minutes from now.